All right. Good morning, everybody. There's almost like a hush in the crowd. The crowd actually listened this time. Usually it's like you got to go up here and get everybody quiet. Uh, my name's Tom Suter. I'm the founder and CEO of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. I look out at this big crowd and it reminds me of 3 years ago, we had a summit right before pandemic. It was the week of pandemic. It was on a Tuesday. By Wednesday, the address, and by Thursday morning at 6 a.m., Tristan Yancey was at Wegmans shopping and stocking up on toilet paper like with everybody else. So it's amazing. It's 3 years. We're actually, the administration is, the emergency is almost done. They're disbanding all the committees. So it's like, this feels like we're finally post-pandemic, which is fantastic. Anyway, we've got a great day for you today. We've got a lot of partners. Can you move the slide, please? We're trying something a little different. It was in the last few years when we've done an event. I think we've been doing events now for a year since pandemic. And some of our government friends have been a little skittish about communication with people. We want to kind of break that cycle. We're trying something different. It's either going to work or fail spectacularly, but we want to encourage dialogue with our industry partners. And these are companies, most of them are in our Zero Trust lab. We've got Amazon here. Amazon's a partner in our labs and they partner with us on a lot of different things. We've got a lot of fantastic companies, and we want to encourage substantial conversations. So we are doing this little experiment. We have this little ATARC boom box, and it syncs with your phone, and it's also a battery. So you can use it for music, but I would encourage you to use our award-winning Fed IT newscast, our podcast series, and use this to listen to it. But for the government folks, we want you to go around, and if you have a substantial conversation, 5 substantial conversations, we're going to try to get you this. It fits into the ethics, and we're excited to try this little experiment out. Like I said, we'll see how it works. Our keynote is a man we know very well, Jerry Caron, who has just recently moved over to ITA, International Trade Administration at the Department of Commerce. And I will say, Jerry's just been instrumental in running our Zero Trust Working Group. We also has another event that he's working is part of the CIO Council and the CISO Council. I think that's next week. We're doing that at FDIC with Sylvia Burns on Zero Trust. So I think he has a lot to talk about and update some of the new workings in our working group. And without further ado, Jerry Caron.
I think I'll talk about Zero Trust, maybe. It's great to see a great group of people here. I know we had an event last year, and we kind of been talking about what is Zero Trust all this time and everything. But now, talking to different agencies and people, the rubber's starting to meet the road for a lot of people, and it's great to see. There's still a lot of the unknowns and things like that, but definitely, I see a lot of good progress, a lot of good plans. The working group that Tom was talking about at the federal level, somebody presented kind of their plans and their approach, and there's some great things coming out. I've just switched. I'm on week 4 of my new job. I'm drinking from the fire hose. But we did a lot of work in my last job, and some of the folks are here today from HHS OIG and we made some great progress in our planning and road mapping, and the approach that we took was very great and ended up on a good path going forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing the successes that they do. Now, we did an inventory and an assessment of, if I didn't spend another penny, people probably heard me talk about this. If I didn't spend another penny, what can I do with what I got? And there's a lot you can do with what you have, definitely. So definitely understand that what the as is, use the DHS maturity model for, that target architecture, where you need to be in those pillars. And, what does your transition look like getting there? Because definitely none of us have the opportunity to do a greenfield. Unfortunately, we're trying to use what we have and trying to fit the pieces in. One of the other things you're seeing during ATARC, during phase 1 of our working group, we had all the vendors. We had about 70 or so vendors, and we gave them each 75 minutes to present their solution. We asked them where they fit, what functionality they fit, what pillars that they did, things like that, their primary functionality. And we gave them 75 minutes, and it took us over a year to get through all of them. You know, every Friday we do one or two on the spot, and great technologies, a lot of great technologies out there. But now what we need to talk about, and there's a struggle out there, these tools have to work together. And that's been the challenging part, is these tools being integrated and working together, because again, and you'll hear this multiple times, this is an architecture, this is an integration effort, this is a modernization effort, and these things cannot work in their stovepipes of excellence. But we are seeing vendors partner. Phase 2, that is what we are doing, is we are telling the vendors we need to see a lab that works all the way through the pillars. We have 13 use cases for them to go through that would apply to anybody and give enough insight as to what the art of the possible is beyond those use cases, we believe. So we're looking forward. I think we got about probably 4 or 5 that are like right on the cusp that we're just like anxiously awaiting to say they're ready. We will be putting them through a preliminary review to make sure that they're actually showing us. We don't want a slide presentation, so to speak, of what the art of the possible is. We want to actually see it happen in phase 2. So this is where the vendors sometimes are bringing in their best integrators and putting these things together. I've seen some preliminary labs, and there's a lot to look forward to. So we're trying to push them over the edge right now so we can get the first ones out of the gate any day now. So we're really looking forward to that. And I think it's going to be very beneficial for the government to see. And we'll be able to have follow-ups and everything on that, and dive into what I like to call our little snowflake requirements that we have at our agencies, because we're all our special snowflakes, we think, at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, zero trust is zero trust. The concepts never change. The concepts are always the same. So Tom mentioned this in his opening when he was talking about the vendor partners. We can't do it without the vendor partners. It is very important, that partnership that we have with our vendor partners. They have the technologies to bring to bear, or they know we can leverage our technologies to use them best that we may already have on hand. So it's very important, that relationship. So engaging in these types of working groups, engaging in networking. I know at HHS, we have some of the folks here today. They have a working group as well, with all the bureaus are participating, you know, who's doing what, where, and understanding and kind of bringing those best practices in to the larger group and being able to do that. So there's things at the agency levels where they're working together. They have working groups, like we have the federal working group, we have the ATARC working group. So definitely that collaboration is very important. I know that, you know, like at HHS, let's speak about what they're doing. And I see Matt's here too, who's now not there anymore. But, you know, they started having, you know, as well as looking at, you know, bringing vendors in and looking at their capabilities and things. And, you know, I'm just getting into my organization now. And that's the unique thing about switching organizations, because going from one organization to a totally different agency, I have a totally different landscape that I'm trying to understand now. But I haven't done a formal assessment of that inventory of where we are with zero trust and those functional capabilities. But I already see some of the technologies that we have. There's just like a few little steps that I might have to take to be able to do what we need to be able to do to get that next level of maturity. So I kind of done that kind of self-inventory in my head, you know, but there's just a few things that we need to do. Like we have a SASE at our fingertips, but the way we're using it, we're not taking advantage of it. So what do we need to do to get over that hump? So, you know, we'll go through the formal assessment as well, like we did at my last job, and, you know, do that inventory and then draw that roadmap out. So, you know, I'm already learning those things that I'll be able to take advantage of. But this lineup today that you have is, I think, going to be excellent. There's a lot of people here, but, you know, the important thing is why these events are great is the networking opportunity to learn from others, to see where others are at, to learn what people are struggling with, and be able to help. And that's what we got to do. We're all in this together at the end of the day. I know we all go back to our day jobs, but we're all in this together. We have unique technologies, but the concepts, like I say, remain the same. They've never changed. And we're all trying to protect data at the end of the day. And, some pillars were a little better than others, like everybody's, gung-ho on the identity pillar, but we don't hear much about the application pillar or the data pillar. Everybody's gung-ho on the EDRs and stuff like that. But, how do all these pillars relate at the end of the day? And how do we integrate and use that data to protect that data? And we get focused on the technologies, and you're going to hear a lot about technologies today. But I think the underlying why we focus on technologies, you got to understand your methodologies, your policies, how to leverage the data to make decisions about what to do. That's the hard part, I think, of zero trust that people struggle with, is that methodology, those concepts, and those policies. That's not about the technology. You got to tell the technologies what to do. Technologies are there. That's the easy part. But understanding your methodologies, what your risk tolerances are, where you're going to build those risk thresholds and make those decisions is something that you got to do. So you got to work through those use cases from the inception of a user to when they walk in the front door or knock on the door and want to access something. Then they want to have a higher level of access. When they leave, what is going on? So really walking through use cases to make those decisions. That's methodical. It's time consuming, but it's really, that's kind of the hard work that needs to be done in this. You just can't this is a great technology, and yes, it's the best of breed and it will take care of this, throw it in. Yeah, you're probably going to be re-engineering a lot of things if you don't understand what those integrations and those decisions need to be. So definitely think about the non-technical aspects and those things when you do this. I don't know how visionary that is, but, I think we're all in a different place than when we were talking about here last year. So you'll probably get a lot of good progress from folks. We're all in different places. We all look different. But again, at the end of the day, we're all trying to accomplish the same thing. So you being here is great because I think we can all learn from each other. I'm always learning. And so definitely I look forward to talking to some of you and hearing some of the great successes, or talking about some of the challenges and thought process that you're using to tackle them. So enjoy. Tom always puts on a great event, and I do want to thank the ATARC folks. They have been great for their support. If you do have questions about our working group, you can reach out to me, Amy Hamilton, or Mike Kadarki, who is helping, with liaisoning with a lot of the vendors. So if you have any questions, want to be able to participate in a different capacity or participate at all, please reach out to us. We'd be happy to have you. And with that, Tom, I don't know if I'm ahead, behind, but I'll hand it back over to you.
Just a little note about Jerry. He just transitioned to a new job. So I got an email. I knew it was coming up, and I got an email on a Friday, and it was from his HHSOIG. And then that following Monday, I got this new email from his new email address. So he took all of a weekend to transition into this new job. That's a tough one, brother. Thank you, Jerry. Next, we have a panel, or we're going to go right into it. And our moderator is going to be Joe Franco, Director of Programs at Meritalk. Thank you.
Oh, man. Good morning, everyone. How we doing? Good. Yeah, first of all, thanks to Tom and the whole ATARC team for being such a great partner and putting on really great forums like this. The knowledge sharing, just like Jerry said, is the most important part. So whether it's the working groups or forums like this, it's always great to see people. So great panel to get us kicked off this morning. I'll introduce everybody and they'll give you a little bit of background on themselves as well. Closest to me, we have Elisa Fiola. She is the cybersecurity advisor at TTS within the Federal Acquisition Service at GSA. We've got Jody Kautz. She's Senior Advisor for Policy, IM1 in the CIO shop at the Department of Energy. Dr. Mark Stanley is an Enterprise Cybersecurity Architect at NASA. We've got Jean-Paul Bourgeot, Federal CTO at GuidePoint Security, and Conrad Bovell, who is the branch chief for cybersecurity advisory and strategy in the Office of Information Security at HHS. Great. So to get us kicked off, Elisa, I'm just going to start with you and we'll go down the line. I'm just curious, can you tell folks your role in either planning or implementing your agency's zero trust implementation plan?
Yeah, totally. So as a cybersecurity advisor for the technology transformation services, our organization helps actually other organizations implement products and services through clients as client services. So we have 18F, COEs and PIFs that actually go out and advise others that do more of the application development. So making sure that the APIs and the data and continuous authentication is actually embedded in a secure manner so that when the American people interact with government services, they're able to do it in a secure way that is frictionless. And those services are developed using human-centered design methodologies.
Amazing. Thanks, Elisa.
Yep.
Jody, hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So I'm currently dual hatted right now. In my role as senior advisor for policy, I sort of do the DOE level interface with White House initiatives on various different technology strategies, to include having worked directly on the newly released national cybersecurity strategy. My other hat that I'm wearing is the acting director for our cyber program management office, which includes providing, enterprise-wide policy guidance and tracking implementation of all of these mandates that we have under Executive Order 14028, as well as all of the OMB memos.
Wonderful. Mark, good morning.
As the enterprise cybersecurity architect for NASA, I actually have a lot of masters. I work for the strategy and architecture office, which is our agency level office dealing with both strategy and architecture, as well as I support our cybersecurity and privacy directorate as their architect as well. So I actually get to see it from the highest level of enterprise architecture down to the point in which we're handing off to solution architects to actually bring technology solutions to bear. Now, NASA, we have basically put together what's called our cybersecurity improvement portfolio. And under that are the technology initiatives that are underway to help us achieve zero trust. So as part of the cybersecurity improvement portfolio, or SIP, I'm actually the cybersecurity architect supporting that as well. So many masters, lots of things going on. But as I've been named the agency lead for zero trust, so I'm very, very proud of that. But my goal is to make sure that we go through our implementation plan and that we hit the marks that we're trying to hit. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I promise not to ask you if, zero trust is not rocket science.
I'm going to skip and let Conrad
Yeah.
go, and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Conrad, good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Conrad Bovell, and I work with the Department of Health and Human Services. And for those of you who aren't aware, HHS is a very large federated organization. There's some 14 subcomponents at the headquarters with their own independent missions and the like. And then there are 11 operational divisions that support the healthcare arena, looking at CDC, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, NIH, and the like. So it's a very large federated organization with a tremendous amount of reach in terms of mission support and unique aspects of those missions in delivering those services. So I worked for the CISO as a cybersecurity and advisory branch chief, and supporting their efforts to respond to the president's EO and providing support in terms of helping and looking at opportunities to help the organizations advance and mature in their efforts to meet the zero trust mandates. So it's a lot of work there, and there are a lot of very positive outcomes that have occurred over the past year as a result of the efforts that we've been undertaking But it's also one of those where, as everyone can attest, there are significant growing pains in being able to mature and advance, given the maturity that's happening in the technology space and dealings with other aspects of managing government technologies and implementation solutions based on waterfall thinking and not much in the way of agile thinking when it comes to providing that support. So we're much more to come on that.
Great. And JP, for you in particular, I'm curious, how has your role changed now that kind of implementing these zero trust plans has begun in earnest?
A lot of those mandates changed everything. Everybody wants to talk about it, right? So it's funny that not a whole lot has actually changed except for the words we use. So zero trust isn't new. It's just now coined and defined in a way that it wasn't before. And so what's really changed is we're now engaging in that conversation with across the government. So we work with IC, DoD, Civ across, and helping those agencies understand, what do these terms mean? What does this look like? So it's changed my role. And actually, I didn't even think about this until you asked that question. I guess I'm the pseudo zero trust lead for the organization. Didn't even think about that until just now. You know, we've got a bunch of guys that I've collected, and we all work together on the zero trust initiative, supporting these agencies. But now that I realize that, I didn't realize that I had pseudo zero trust lead for Guide Point Federal. So I guess my role has changed. But yeah, so we've developed a demo lab where we put a bunch of different technologies, exactly what ATARC is doing, a bunch of different technologies together, and we're demoing that and showing that. And it's not even about those technologies, it's about the flow and the integration and explaining. And, you know, we were talking earlier just before here about how helping agencies understand that zero trust is a philosophy, and that we all of us, right? We all talk about it. It's a philosophy, it's a journey, and helping them flesh out what do those words even mean is really what my role has changed. And I get pulled into a lot of those conversations across the board.
Perfect. Well, couldn't agree more. And it looks like we gave JP a new job today, so that's awesome. But no, you're absolutely right. And Jerry said it too, you know, like the concepts remain the same, but we do have this wonderful high level new wrapper on the concepts that we're trying to implement in government. So looking at the, you know, the frame for this panel, we're looking at what's happening in 2023 and what we expect in the year ahead. Right now, we're in the throes of March Madness, right? A lot of big upsets. Yeah, no, the brackets are busted all over the place, right? So we're in zero trust madness, right, across the federal government. So I am curious, first question, whoever wants to start, what's the newest development? What is the madness at your agency or your organization, and how has it impacted what you're doing for the year ahead?
I could speak to that. So I, beyond just my role in technology transformation services, I have also detailed for the Office of Government-Wide Policy, Emerging Technology, and supported the some identity authentication alternatives. So the madness I see, I know identity, blah, 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 like overplayed, but like the alternatives with that, and really moving to phishing resistant MFA and going beyond what we have seen with the traditional authentication mechanisms. And I'm gonna kind of going with the sports analogy, call an audible. And I've been up here, it said, you know, it's the same thing, just different terms. And I've been up here and saying that. No, I changed my opinion.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, I think like now with continuous authentication, it is game changing. And actually reading the zero trust strategy, it is a paradigm change. It is going to change the way the federal agencies actually do cybersecurity. It's not just terminology changes. It is actually a change in how we do things. So I think we'll see a difference. So that's my opinion.
So for DOE, you know, one of the issues we have is we have a lot of operational technology assets, right? And they're very critical because a lot of them reside in our power marketing administrations, which cover a good chunk of the grid, right? So we don't want that to go down. And traditional zero trust methods that you would do for IT are not necessarily applicable for OT. Like you can't necessarily slap MFA or encryption. And so you really got to think about it through a different lens. And, you know, and in a lot of cases, you also just can't rip and replace. It's expensive, it's disruptive. So we really got to think about how can we add different layers of security on those OT assets without compromising the functions of the system and their mission, right? So that's one of the key things we're trying to look at. You know, another is, you know, we have a cultural shift moving from sort of a mindset of compliance to that of a risk-based approach. You know, there's so many mandates, so many threats, and not enough resources, right? So what we really need to understand is what is the biggest likelihood of an event occurring and with the highest impact, right? Really understand those scenarios and tackle those first. And we've developed quantitative, you know, risk assessment methodologies and processes. We've trained our sites and labs on quantitative, you know, risk management. We've developed training, resource libraries, communities of practice, because at the end of the day, we really need to understand where our highest risk is and tackle that first.
So with NASA, I'm gonna take a different approach since we can call it audible, and I'm gonna say, here's some in the madness kind of things that we've learned. So last year, NASA CIO went through a major reorganization with the creation of service lines that are aligned very well with the different pillars of zero trust. And, you know, when everybody's heads down running, I'm loving these sport analogies, right? Got your head down, you're running, everything's looking great. You've got, you know, here are the things I've got to do. That moment of realization that has recently occurred when folks started to realize that they've got to be able to work across those service lines with each other so that things talk to one another, so that we can actually achieve what Zero Trust is trying to help us do, which is better understand our networks, better defend our networks, better to actually share information safely and securely. Those are huge for NASA. One of the things that we're very proud of, you know, we're actually statutorily required to share the science. Well, think about that. Sharing that information with the world safely under the way we've previously done networks and infrastructure is very difficult to do. And so Zero Trust for us, it offers a promise for us to be able to share the data that we need to share in a much more easy way for our mission folks, to be able to protect the information that we have to protect, you know, things like, you know, critical technical information, PHI, PII, those kinds of things, in a way that is more secure than we've ever been able to do in the past. I mean, it's just, it offers such a wonderful future environment for us in which our data can be shared where necessary and protected where needed. Thank you.
Now, Alyssa's got me thinking about, yeah, you got me going here. I'm processing now. And maybe it's both. Maybe it's both, right? You know, Gerald said something that I live and breathe, and I really, as a services organization, we do product services, the whole thing is cybersecurity, but as a services, whenever we're talking to Zero Trust with agencies, our first goal is to understand what they have in the shop. And then my picture, I like drawing pictures, and because, you know, that helps people if you can verbally draw a picture. I tell people that your Zero Trust strategy is like a puzzle, and it's all shuffled in a box, and you don't know what pieces you have. They're flipped upside down, they're flipped right side up, they're all just a jumble. Get them out of the box, put them all right side up, and figure out what you got. Figure out what pieces are missing. And figure out pieces you got that you can connect. They're not connected. We talked a lot prior. Zero Trust is really about integrating across all those lines. It's about a team game. It's about everybody adopting the same philosophy and agreeing on what direction we're going to go. And the only way we can do that is get all the pieces up. We figure out, hey, network team, I'm not going to replace what you got. You've got that piece of that puzzle. It's just not connected to the rest of the puzzle yet. So as a guide point is approaching it from that start place, and this can go on for hours. I can describe our whole philosophy for hours, and I love it. So don't get me started. But I am focused in that madness and trying to dampen down the fear and help people calm down a little bit. We can get there. It is a journey. It's a long journey, and I'm sorry to say that, and everybody agrees, but it's not that bad. It's not going to be as bad as you think it is. Let's just get engaged. Let's not make it complicated. Let's connect the pieces we have first and figure out where the gaps are, because you're going to have gaps. And then some of those pieces are broken. I'm sorry, they're going to have to be replaced. They're broken.
Are they broken, or with the puzzle analogy, have you just not found the piece yet?
It could be,
Yeah,
but it takes time.
yeah.
And how long does it take to put 1,000 puzzle pieces together? It's going to be a complex puzzle piece together situation here. So that's kind of where GuidePoint is approaching with government agencies. And we were talking earlier, he started in cybersecurity and then went over to mission and then has come back.
Yeah.
And I started in mission and then went to cybersecurity. And what we were agreeing on is we have to find yes. And my message to security and infrastructure folks is zero trust is your best way to find yes. It's actually an opportunity for you in the infrastructure side to get to yes more than you've ever seen from security. So if you embrace that, Mr. Infrastructure, and you embrace that security team embraces let's find yes together, it changes the paradigm of that argument that's constantly happening.
Well, and that's where I think, like Conrad was saying, and where TTS fits in with being agile methodologies, yes and.
Yep.
Right, Conrad?
Yeah, it's one of those areas where historically I've worked on the CIO side. I was a chief of computer network defense at the Defense Security Service. And given the DoD narrative, I'm also a retired Army warrant, signal warrant. I was always telling people no, because that was counter to what was written in the policy. Then I moved over to the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services in the financial system, working for the service delivery for the program side. And I finally realized why people didn't engage me, because I was always saying no, because on the program side, I had to deliver for mission. Again, the system High Glass processes $1.6 trillion a year. So that's trillion with a T. So there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny. But my whole effort was, how do we get to yes? Because my leadership, based on what Congress was doing, based on the mission needs, they always were taking on more responsibility because they needed to better serve the American people. So my whole objective was to build a security process that facilitated getting to yes and putting those pieces in place. And I was pulled over, I was actually engaged by the HHS leadership, Janet Vogel at the time, to talk to my leadership. And I actually was detailed to support the HHS headquarters in support of responding to the president's EO on cybersecurity. So I look at things through an operational lens, meaning that we have to execute this, and zero trust represent better, more timely, and complete service delivery and support of mission. One of my other statements is, I'm all about the secure execution of mission. Cybersecurity doesn't exist for its own purposes. It's to facilitate the organization in advancing the ball in delivering services for the American people, or whatever those mission areas are. And looking at zero trust, it is not just a checkbox. It is not a form that you fill out and you're either there or you're not. It's not a binary question. It's a philosophy on security that will facilitate organizations being able to be more agile and responsive to the needs of their communities. And adding to the complexity, the realities of HHS being a large federated organization with different mission sets, different architectures and the like, my head exploded when I first joined because looking at the depth and breadth of the challenges. But one of the great things about working with very competent people who have a lot of ideas that they're bringing to the table that facilitate that convergence of ideas that positively influence organizations in their adoption and implementation. Looking at the leadership, Jerry mentioned that Matt, yep, calling you out, because he was leading the HHS effort in that regard and brought teams together from all of the operatives to actually discuss where they are in their efforts and advancements and maturity in the zero trust pillars and sharing successes. It is a remarkable thing when you actually bring in folks and have them demonstrate the art of the possible. It removes those barriers to people's thinkings in terms of how can we actually do this? We can't do this given our architecture. Well, someone else actually has. And because we bring those teams together and we actually have those conversations, you're able to actually ask and get the customer's perspective and gain knowledge about the lessons learned about those implementations so that you can leverage that to support your decision-making. And what has happened over the years since the publication of the Zero Trust Memorandum is that HHS and their leaders are more mature in their understanding of the requirements and the technologies available through collaboration, through our own internal collaborations, participation in ATARC. And Jerry mentioned, the work groups and the technologies that are being leveraged and the requirements that they're putting on the vendors to not just give us these siloed solutions, because zero trust is about a holistic view of your environments. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. So let's pull on that thread a little bit further, right? You mentioned you're a very large federated agency, very diverse. To JP's point, we've got a lot of different puzzle pieces and we've got to figure out what works, right? So Jody, I'll come to you. You already talked a little bit about some of the unique aspects of DOE, right? With all the operational technology, you've got all the national labs. So I'm curious, what are some of the biggest challenges of working within a large federated agency like that?
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of touched on this, through the other speakers. Zero trust isn't a product, right? It's a concept, and there's not a single standard. There's not a one size fits all. It's really dependent on successfully deploying a bunch of different technologies through automation and orchestration and piecing them together in a way that supports very specific applications and mission environments, right, in order to successfully achieve the mission. So when you combine that with a federated scenario like DOE, where we have 20-something program elements, 17 national labs, 90-something sites across the country, right, that all have a lot of autonomy, and the missions span anywhere from open science to securing our nuclear stockpile, right? So you have that huge, broad range. There really is not a common solution. And so one solution that may be applicable to a certain mission set or system is not going to translate across the agency. So one of the things that we really realized is that we have to increase our collaboration, right? We have to communicate. We have to share some common guidance and common goals. And we can certainly do that even with individual applications, right? And it's very important for us to leverage those lessons learned, adopt to the extent possible some common technologies across the enterprise, in order to ensure that we have that interoperability even throughout that federated system.
Yeah, great. And JP, like, yeah, I know you.
You said something earlier that I had never thought about. We all complain about federated, distributed, environments, right? HHS, DOE, I mean, you can name it. There's a ton of them out there, DHS. But I never thought about it, something you said. We've got a lot of different organizations trying different things in parallel. And they're learning across the aisles. And actually, that's 100% true, because I'm actually in conversation with Idaho National Labs about something they're struggling with, the solution they're working with. So I reached out to the OEM and said, hey, they're struggling with this. OEM pointed me at P&L and said, P&L has fixed that. So now I'm brokering a conversation between the two. And I never even thought about, that's actually a huge benefit for HHS, for DHS, for DOE, is all these different organizations are working on their own. They are talking to each other, not always as much as they'd like, but it's available to them. And that's actually, that in parallel inside of an agency is a benefit. So we found a benefit to the chaos of this federated thing. And that's actually a really good point that we all need to focus on. Who around us is trying what? And what can I learn from them? Whether it's my umbrella headquarters, or it's my neighboring lab, or my neighboring Optiv, whatever that is, who's doing what and what can I learn from them?
That is a huge deal. Huge deal. I can't tell you the joy that you experience when you recognize that there's a specific area that is causing you a considerable amount of pain because of budget, technology, the resources that you have are not there, and you're trying to figure out what in the world am I going to be able to do, because I don't want to just have conversation with 18 vendors on their products, their individual products. And then all of a sudden you're sitting, and in the discussions in our working group, you're introduced to an organization that is mature in that particular area. And they're explaining to you the challenges that they had. And you're like, I have those exact same. Help me. It is very therapeutic.
It is. It is.
I do want to make a suggestion too for, there is a methodology within the federal government with digital.gov, an opportunity for feds to blog about how they've
What
been,
they're doing.
what they're doing, and and
Yeah.
then some of the community practices that's within the innovation portfolio within TTS as well. So we can all kind of come together and talk about these experiences. And I'm not exactly sure if there's a zero trust specific one.
Maybe there should be.
Maybe there should be.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'll stop because I could talk. Go ahead, ask a question.
Well,
Yeah,
the
right.
benefit of that,
In the pre, right?
the great thing about zero trust, it is an extraordinarily broad topic. There is no one item.
Wait, you said that's a great thing?
uh, In terms of opportunities, given the variety and types of missions that organizations have, and being able to look at opportunities to implement security in such a way that will facilitate success and allow for agility. Because that's one of the biggest barriers that I see to a lot of organizations in advancing, being responsive to the needs of the American people and having an agile mindset in many instances is a barrier to advancing.
Yeah, so Mark, I want to turn to you because you talk about different missions, Conrad, mission critical over here, but not as large of an organization as some of the other ones that we have on the panel today. So I'm curious about some of your unique challenges.
So like Conrad, I came from DOD. I joined NASA last June, and I spent 6 months, 8 months just drinking from the fire hose about what goes on at NASA. And here's what I learned. NASA, we're not as big as some other federal agencies, but boy, when you look at what we do, it is totally complex. We have operational technology. We have standard information technology. We have Internet of Things. And it's all happening right now in the old way in which we have, developed security for networks. And I see zero trust as a way of us kind of bringing that to a much more disciplined approach to being able to deal with those various pieces of technology. But that's the one thing that I'm not sure we've gotten across to you today. I know that Jody said that, it's not a product, and that's a fact. It's
Right.
not. It's not just a technology solution. There are the people component as well as the process component that goes along with that. And from the people component, I mean, it's not just culture change. You hear a lot of that when you look at some of the literature about zero trust, but you've got to upskill your workforce. They've got to learn new ways of doing things with the same technologies they've had before, but doing it in a different way. They have got to learn that the way in which we used to think about networks, that Tootsie Pop kind of way of the hard outside and a soft gooey inside, those days are over. The adversary's eaten that lunch a long time ago. But what they have to know is that the adversary is sitting right there with them. Not saying you're the adversary, but just for a point of purpose.
I'll play that role.
But the adversary is right there with them on those networks. And they have to understand, now I'm not going and protecting the plumbing anymore. I'm not going to protect the box anymore. I'm going to protect the data, the applications, the assets, and the services that are running on those networks. That's what's important to protect. And so we take the principles of zero trust, we apply them to the technology solutions. Some we'll have to add because, like you said, there are some that just didn't exist when this came out. There are some that are going to be future state technologies. We get into things about how we get into dynamic policy and how we implement that across our networks to make those decisions or help us make those decisions on whether or not a person in a box gets access to something. Those kinds of technologies need to mature. So we always have to keep that agile thinking in terms of how we're going to have to change our architectures as we go, make them more dynamic, so that we can take advantage of these new capabilities when they exist. We've got to take this time right from the start in fixing our people part of this. And then we've got to look at our processes, because remember, the processes we've been dealing with for 2 decades have been in that hard, crunchy outside, soft, gooey inside, and that's just not going to exist in the future. So we've got to take those 3 things in concert and move them forward apace. Thank you.
Yeah. No, and JP, I know you bring an interesting perspective as well, working with a lot of the DoD agencies. When you look at the difference between like the zero trust strategy that DoD puts out, it has that very much like adversarial perspective, like how are we defending? So I'm curious what,
The biggest thing, it actually isn't that different, right? I mean, it's still the same concepts. Still, the one thing that I've noticed is the DoD, because of the authority they have over their agencies, which is different, right? Civilian looks a lot different. They're much more prescriptive to the DoD agencies. Like if you look at the strategy, specifically the one that Randy Resnick put out, it says you must do these activities. It's very prescriptive. Whereas what CISA, DHS, OMB is putting out is much less prescriptive and more, you must reach this goal. And so there's a lot of differences, but that's really the major difference between the DoD architecture that put out Rev 2 last year, I think, and then strategy that came out in November from Randy's team on the CIO side, is it's much more prescriptive. So like we do a lot of services in the DoD. In fact, yesterday I flew in from Tampa, I was meeting with a DoD customer, and they hired us to basically lead their entire zero trust re-architecture. So we were meeting with the customer and talking about where we were, and they agreed with us, like we need like 8 people. We need a target team. It's the people we have is not enough. You need about 8 people. So we're having that conversation, and they're like, we want to get to zero trust in 12 months. Okay, let's talk about that. And what the DoD is trying to do is so prescriptive that I think there's a misperception that they'll be able to get there faster. I think it's really good that it's prescriptive, but it also, I think, makes people think they can get there. And I think helping them understand they can get to a level of it. And that's where I like what CISA did with the maturity model, which is different.
Yeah.
Is it allows you to understand that it is a process. It is a maturity model. And so that's the biggest thing. with the civilian conversation, there's some difficulties on that side, but it's very different difficulties than the DoD side.
Exactly, a very good point. And the breadth of missions of across the federal civilian space makes it difficult to be
Yep.
as prescriptive about what to do, right?
Yep.
We're not talking about
100%.
So Elisa, no, like your role is kind of internal to TTS, making sure that your consultants are aware of how to do zero trust effectively, right? So that when you go out to the agencies and you partner with them, you can be effective. So what are some of your unique, observations?
Like really just bringing back what we're seeing here on this panel and bringing that back to the digital experts who are software developers and designers and content experts, and making sure that they're aware of this, that they take this information, synthesize it to their amazing expertise. And then when they go serve their clients that are high impact service providers that, are developing products for the American people, that they make sure that they develop those products that align with the zero trust principles.
Great. Tom, we've got time for questions, right? I know we've still got 5 or so minutes. Any questions in the audience? We've got one right here. Hang on for the microphone.
Yeah, my name is Jim Payne and I'm from Security. I want to pull the thread that Alyssa referenced to her epiphany about
I
continuous.
reserve the right to flip flop.
I love it. I love it. Sensible. This idea of continuous identity management. It isn't just that Wally gets under our backbone.
I do want to, it's continuous authentication.
Authentication, yes.
Yes.
It isn't just that Wally gets into our backbone. It's been there for 5 years, many declarations, right? We're really touching on cultural pivots here. People are still procuring the Tootsie Roll. So if you could, each of you, give some comment on what are you doing to address the cultural changes that are necessary to embrace this non-Tootsie Roll pop approach? Thank you.
No, I talked a lot. You guys go.
Yeah, great question. Understanding that the way we've been doing things isn't the way that we have to continue to do things. Things can, will, and should change in the future. And that the rate of change is going to be quicker, and they need to happen quicker, and that our that we're gonna need to do pilots, and that our policies that enable us to do pilots are going to also need to change, and our budgetary processes to allow us to do pilots are going to need to change, and some of our policies to allow us to do pilots are going to need to help us catch up to do that. So that's that answer for there.
And
Yeah.
yeah, I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to add something as well, since you used my Tootsie Pop for now. So touching on kind of the budgetary, the acquisition piece of that, one of the ways in which we're looking at how we handle this change, first of all, is communicate, right? You got to get out there and you got to share with them what is zero trust and what are the real benefits of zero trust? What does that do for us in improving our mission? What does that do for us in being able to improve our services, not only to the people within our organizations, but the people in which we deal with, other stakeholders, including the American taxpayer? Are we being good stewards of their money? And so it's one of these things in which we want to make sure that our architectures and our roadmaps are aligned, and that we are using those to make decisions, not just putting them on a shelf and saying, hey, I got architecture, hey, I've got roadmaps. We actually need to make decisions based on those things. And it's interesting how that works in the culture as well, because some of the initial forays, we'll just say, and I I don't mean this as pejorative as it's going to sound, but some folks pencil whip it. They figure, it's not going to amount to nothing. I'm just gonna put it out there until decisions start getting made. And oh boy, does that change the culture in a hurry. When they realize that the money is going to follow the plan, then the plan starts to align to where you're trying to go. And that's how we're getting to zero trust, is we're making sure that folks are aligning those things they're doing to help us get there, as opposed to, how can we say, and I don't want to use the term sacred cows, but doing sacred cows, right? And things that people thought were good ideas before that maybe they have to get put on a shelf for a while. So that's how we're doing it, is through communication and through making decisions through those roadmaps and architectural.
And just to foot stomp that, because of the documenting of the architectural narrative, that is one of the first phases of the process. But on the keying in on the communication piece and focusing in on the benefits that the organization will actually receive as a result of a properly implemented zero trust architecture, focusing on that, there is not enough in the way of talking about how it benefits the leaders and the decisions that they will be able to make in support of advancing, in support of the delivery of mission needs. They can be more agile because you have the people, processes, and technologies in place that facilitate the execution of that process in a much shorter time. But one of the other big challenges with that is that within government, there are a lot of individuals in project management as well as the financial community that deal with waterfall thinking. When you published your report, your architectural report, your narrative last year, we will evaluate you for the next 3 years based on what you wrote 3 years ago. But during the communication and the exposure to new technologies and the advancements, your architecture will mature and evolve. And getting those individuals who are used to binary analysis. Did you do this? Yes or no? No. Oh, failure. It's like, is it failure when you identified a piece of technology and an approach that facilitated faster execution and supports at a reduced cost and less complexity? So that's two narratives based on the individual that you're dealing with and their thinking about how to assess your work. And that's a challenge. And that's something that organizations also, especially those of us in a leadership role with respect to conveying status on zero trust, need to redouble efforts to educate all of the teams and processes that are in place, because not all of them support agile thinking.
Jody, did you?
Yeah, so, and I think that you all touched on this sort of indirectly. We cannot lose sight of the workforce when we talk about people, right? And workforce development and getting these young, fresh minds into the government who understand these new technologies, a new way of thinking, and have this more agile mindset. And again, one of the ways to do that is educating across all of the disciplines that touch, zero trust, not just getting in these, new cyber minds, new IT minds, but the budget people, the policy people, the decision makers, and really put, all out effort to educate people on what this is and what the tech timelines are involved in this, and the amount of iteration and budgeting and cycles and things like that go along with this that differ so much from the traditional way that government has always done business.
Yeah, I think a Gen Z person would say bet to that.
So I'll add one more thing. By the way, I feel very validated because everything I was going to say was said. So, but I'll add one thing to all of that. This culture change is going to take time, and we've just got to keep going at it and not give up, because the only way we're going to get there is to keep pushing on that culture change, keep pushing on the teamwork and across the disciplines. And let's find a way to, yes, if we keep pushing on that, there's going to be a lot of people who disbelieve us that we mean it. There's a lot of people who disbelieve each other. But if we keep at that, culture change only happens over time. It's not something that's going to flip tomorrow. And so everything we're talking about is something we need to keep reminding to ourselves and to our teams, and keep saying it and keep saying it and keep talking about it and keep doing it and doing it as well as we can. And it will take time, but it will eventually happen if we keep at it. We
Yeah.
just got to keep pounding on that.
But I want to reiterate on something that Mark said about upskilling and the development plans and
Yeah.
how important that is and what it actually takes to like get there. Because then you have to have that strategy at the org level. You have to like, you know, attribute it to the like personal level and then like tie it all back. And that's what really doesn't happen overnight.
Agreed.
Yeah.
100%.
Great. Well, Tom, I've got 10 more questions. So if we want to keep this rolling with a 3-hour panel. No, but hopefully, clearly it's obvious a wealth of knowledge on this panel. So thank you so much to my panelists. Hopefully it set the tone for a lot of great conversations throughout the rest of the program today. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I think we could have gone till tomorrow with those questions. We had one question went about 15 minutes. Thank you, Joe. That was a very helpful therapy session, zero trust therapy session. Right. Yeah, just we are going to take our morning break now. So we have coffee. As I was saying before, please do your market research. You know, we've done the ATARC Zero Trust Lab for the last, seems like decade, but it's been about a year. Please check in with our partners and play bingo if you're up for it. And we'll look forward to you. We'll ding the bell in about 25 minutes. Thank you all.
I think I know. I made.
Okay, thank you. That was pretty good. Our next guest is a good friend of the program here at ATARC. Kevin Green, who's a public sector chief technology officer at OpenText Cybersecurity. But I've known Kevin a long time. He worked over at DHS Science and Technology for Doug Mon and the Cyber Directorate, and ran a couple interesting programs, including the Swamp, which was a software kind of lab. It was fantastic. But we're glad to have Kevin. He's going to give us a little talk on zero trust. Thank you, Kevin.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? I would ask everyone to stand and stretch, but everyone just took their seats, so I'm not going to do that. But just by show of hands, how many people have already started embarking on a zero trust journey? Not bad, not bad. How many people have actually started consuming threat intelligence in their environments? All right, we need to work on that. We need to work on that. I'm assuming this clicker is, I didn't get the tutorial, but I'm assuming if I press forward, no?
If you point this way towards the stage back here.
Here we go. So I wanted to kind of talk about something that was interesting. I wanted to kind of, use a topic that speaks to my experience, my days at MITRE. I was at MITRE from 2017 to 2020, and prior, as Tom said, I was at S&T in the cybersecurity division. So there's a little feel of R&D/operations to my talk, and I want to talk a little bit about why federal agencies must take a threat-informed defense approach as they tackle zero trust. How do I go back? So why is that important? There was a research that was funded by NSF, I believe around 2017, and the University of Indiana performed the research, and they basically looked at 853. And one of the things that they determined was that security controls were not evolving at the pace in which threat actors were evolving. their threat tactics and capabilities. And this is consistent with my mentor, former CISO at Aetna and Mass Mutual, Jim Rolfe. As he talks about in his books, Borderless Behavior Analytics, he talks about the differences between conventional controls and unconventional controls. Whereas conventional controls were basically static and unconventional controls were things that were leveraged through model-driven behavior using analytics and machine learning. So as you see, there's over 1,000 controls, and not all controls are created equally. So how do we help organizations kind of focus on those controls, given there's less resources and more time to get to market, right? This here is the scorecard, and I think it speaks to the fact that controls are not evolving to a certain extent. And people are having to consume the entire 853 catalog, which is kind of, it's a very tedious task to perform continuous monitoring around these controls. So I think it's indicative of the need to kind of be more threat informed in terms of how we approach cyber defense in general, but more importantly, zero trust. So for my days at MITRE, this is the term around threat informed defense. What is threat informed defense? It's really the ability to use cyber threat intelligence to gain understanding of our adversaries, right? The ability to apply that understanding to cyber defense, right? The ability to understand adversaries' trade crafts, the ability to use that to mitigate and protect environments, right? And I think threat-informed defense should strongly influence the selection of security controls that are most relevant in mitigating threat actors' behaviors. So while at MITRE, I worked on a white paper, and the paper was entitled Enhancing CDM Capabilities with an Adaptive-Based Security Approach. And that was based off my understanding of the research that was done at Indiana University, as well as my conversations with Jim Rolfe, as well as other folks that were in the industry. MITRE at the time got a hold of the white paper, and they wanted to start a project around mapping 853 to MITRE ATARC, right? So I've led that research program under the Center for Threat Informed Defense. That knowledge base is currently on GitHub if anyone wants to go get it, right? Or where we're mapping 853 to ATARC. And reason why, I've always said that if you look at all the breaches that have occurred, there's a small subset of controls that are common across all these breaches. And I wanted to have a way to help organizations, federal organizations, prioritize how they select and implement security controls that were based on threat actor behaviors. And that's not to say that all of the 800-something other controls are not important, but I think it was a way to kind of help organizations make sense and provide context in terms of how they build security in from the start. And this is a quote from Carl Wright, who was one of the sponsors. So the 853 control project at MITRE was sponsored by JP Morgan Chase, Attack IQ, and CIS, Center for Internet Security, right? So Phyllis Lee was part of that team as well. And I think it's very important. With this research, we can now use ATARC to validate your compliance controls. The result, revolutionary increase in security readiness, and essentially helping build better cyber resiliency into organizations' federal environments. So when we start talking about threat-informed defense, we know about ATARC. ATARC is the offensive capabilities of threat actors. So NSA is funding a project, a knowledge base, I should say, called Defend. And Defend are the countermeasures to ATARC. So it's important to understand, is this countermeasure present in my cyber defense? Is this countermeasure an integral part in my zero trust architecture? This countermeasure will mitigate these type of sub-techniques and techniques that are associated with MITRE ATARC. It's a way to help visualize cyber defense and understand where gaps exist in your overall environment. So MITRE also funded a project called Sightings Ecosystem, where it talks about the 15 observable sub-techniques and threats that were associated with threat active behavior. And I chose the very first one that talks about scheduled tasks, and I chose the countermeasures on purpose to go through the number one attack that's there. And these countermeasures gives organizations a way to visually see how do we mitigate known threats that are associated with threat actors' behavior. So as we're building our zero trust, it's important to make sure at a very minimum that we are addressing the 15 sightings that was performed by MITRE Research. And I believe if you Google Center for Threat Informed Defense, you will see this project there. So how do we involve and be more responsive from a cyber defense perspective? We know that we have traditional threat intelligence who basically tell you what has happened, right? And a lot of organizations are using this with IOCs and to some extent with IOAs. Well, IOCs is indicators of compromise, IOA is indicators of attack. These are more reactive in nature, right? What might happen based on what has already happened, the curated threat intelligence. At OpenText, we have a platform called Galaxy. Galaxy Online is a free online threat platform that gives you the ability to go and review bulletins around threat intelligence. In that platform, we map attack as well as defend to give organizations an understanding of the cross connect in terms of understanding countermeasures that can mitigate threat actors' behavior. But what most organizations are not incorporating into their overall cyber defense is the ability to understand what is happening. And here at OpenText, we're developing a capability called CyDNA, which will be G8 and commercially available probably mid-May of this year. And that's basically leveraging adversary analytics and global signals. Why is that important? We have to be more forward-leaning in terms of how we build systems, how we go about formalizing our zero trust strategy. Before you start any zero trust journey, you have to understand and know your strengths and weaknesses. So there was a concept that was from the intelligence community called indications, not indicators, but indications of warnings, indications and warnings. Essentially, it was applied to non-cyber domains, but it was a way to give the intelligence community the ability to foresee potential threats to homeland, right? To our nation, right? But since we know that we can apply indications and warnings in the cyber domain, there's tons of frameworks that we see here. If you look at this one particular, these two definitions that I thought was very important to kind of bring this point home. And obviously, indications and warnings is the analytical process of collecting and analyzing information from a broad source from a broad array of sources. And the goal is to facilitate the prediction and early detection and warnings of cyber incidents. And this is from the 2019 International Conference of Cyber Conflict. So I just, if everyone has some leisure, I suggest you read that. It's very interesting how we are kind of cross-referencing and cross-domaining intelligence concepts and frameworks and applying to cyber. So the question becomes, how do you build early warning capabilities to inform cyber defense? As I mentioned, we have a capability called CyDNA, and CyDNA is basically an early warning application or early warning system that allows us to leverage the genealogy of adversaries and make the connection around threat actors' behavior. It allows our organizations to build an inspection shield over the cover space. The cover space can be your CIDR block, your IPs, your ASNs, that's your cover space. We're helping organizations build that inspection layer over that. And what we do is we leverage signals from the internet backbone, BGP, honeynuts, honeypots, all that information is very important. We run that against machine-aided adversary analytics. We have machine adversary analytics we run that against, right? So we can help you understand what is actually happening in your environment. And as I mentioned here, this is what we call FAR space. FAR space is basically leveraging internet signals, right? Which is a no-touch configuration. We don't use necessary XDR or EDR data. However, we can integrate and leverage that context in a broader sense to provide what we're calling multi-space approach. But obviously, we provide that FAR space signals and analytics around threat actors' capabilities. So when we start talking about indicators of compromise, indicators of attack, I came up with these two terms, right? Based off of what CyDNA is positioned to do. provide telemetry around what is happening in and out of covered space. So inbound signals is called what I'm calling warnings of attack, right? We have IOCs, but what I'm calling is warnings of attacks. And why? Because it's providing near time information telemetry about adversaries' attacks or compromise on your critical assets, right? It's using, as I mentioned, high fidelity machine learning. I should say you gotta be careful how you use the word machine learning and things. So I'm learning, right? Machine aided, right? Because I think machine learning applies certain things. High fidelity machine analysis on far space telemetry, right? As I mentioned before, BGP and other things, right? And it's designed to provide intelligence around early warning detections, right? And as I mentioned, we're providing that inspection shield to give you the ability to see early warnings. And obviously we can see data or information leaving the environment, which we're calling warning of compromise, right? And that's essentially signals that a compromised asset may be trying to communicate with infrastructure that is controlled by the adversary. So these are two terms I want you to remember. So let's look at the spectrum of what we know from a threat intelligence perspective. And I've always said you gotta hunt or you gotta be hunted, right? That's two philosophies that I believe. So warnings of attacks, as I mentioned, we start looking at warning attacks. Those are early warning signals, allows threat hunters to go in and get early warning signals to hunt for these things. But theoretically, if you see early warning signals of a potential or imminent attack, now you are able to do a couple things. You're able to do threat or adversary emulation around your infrastructure to understand, okay, what are an adversary, what am I being targeted by, and what adversaries are trying to target me. And this is something that we learned from APT 29. And APT 29 was initially released in 2016. However, around midterms of 2018, we saw APT 29 come back again. And there was this company that used early warning signals to do just that. They were able to get early warning signals, use Cobalt Strike as an adversary threat emulation platform to emulate the attack of the adversary and their capabilities. They were able to understand where the gaps existed in their cyber defense, and then go back and try to either through adaptive controls that we know exist, like step-up authentication, adaptive authentication, use that to improve their cyber defense. But what was more important, it was that the adversary that was associated with those threat actors' behavior, they noticed that the organization was uploading artifacts to VirusTotal. So they were getting reputation scoring and information about the threats prior to the actual threat happening based on early warning signals, right? And I cover this kind of here, right? And the goal was to try to disrupt what threat actors were doing. And what essentially happened was that the attack occurred 8 days after the actual midterm election. And many believe that because of the early warning signals and ability to do incident response, the ability to do leverage threat intelligence and use the online resources that our adversaries are using as well, they were able to force the adversary to kind of tailor their campaign and operation with different TTPs. So we start talking about disrupting threat actor as called out in the National Cybersecurity Strategy. I think it's important to defend for it, right, with early warning signals. I think it's also important to protect for it with resilient infrastructure like zero trust, and use threat-informed defense to build better cyber capabilities and resiliency in our environments. Clicking. So I got a couple seconds left and I don't want to go over. So in terms of a threat-informed defense, right? If we take an example of, for example, we know that an adversary is targeting us, and based on their TTPs, we know they want to compromise sensitive data. We know that they want to exfiltrate sensitive data, right? So how do we build a zero trust strategy around this? One is an important to understand the goals of what the adversary is trying to achieve. right? What do we want to do to mitigate the potential tactics and techniques of adversary? For instance, our zero trust strategy should say, hey, we want to have a full life cycle data protection in place. That means from the time data is created to the time it's disposed, we want to be able to crypt it. Also, we want to be able to provide business data owners tools and visibility to assign right access to information. In terms of capabilities, this is something what we consider data access governance, right? This is the capabilities now we can map in as part of the zero trust strategy. In terms of technologies, we want to be able to have the ability through DAG to do data discovery, classification, the ability to do data minimization, to decrease our footprint, because obviously a lot of times data that we don't have a clue of where it is unprotected, and it can actually be exposed in the environment. And obviously zero trust feature is essentially, building the right feature set and coverage around these capabilities to enforce zero trust. We do this with our voltage technology, creating a cross pillar. I'm getting a wrap up sign, creating a cross pillar capability with our voltage and NetIQ to provide that data access governance to kind of mitigate this particular threat that we see here. But we're leveraging threat informed context to help build out our zero trust environment. I'm gonna go for everyone seeing this maturity model. So I'm going to wrap up here, but my time is up, and hopefully you got some valuable information. And obviously, I want organizations to be more informed about threat-informed defense and use early warning capabilities to inform how we build and improve our cyber defense. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin. We get a little wrapped up around zero trust. We are going to start a threat intelligence group. I think it's very, very important. Does it need better marketing or something to kind of fit in zero trust, or what do we need to do there to kind of raise the level? Because by the way, we have this is the most important event in DC, but they actually won on Capitol Hill where you have the CEO of TikTok and Frank Johnson from Lookout brought this up to me. Why are we doing this? Because if we are against adversaries that are trying to penetrate our networks all the time, 24/7, 365.
You want me to answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think with what we're seeing with the language and communication information, and like, for instance, the National Cybersecurity Strategy, I think it's given us the runway to do these things, as well as the things that were called out in the Executive Order 14028, which the cybersecurity strategy amplifies the EO, right? So I think there's language we're starting to see now that will allow organizations to invest better funding in these type of capabilities, because I ultimately believe that if we're not understanding what adversaries are doing, we can't implement the right controls and make the right investment in technology. So I think that's very important.
Thank you for that. All right, we're moving on to the next panel. We have Derek Johnson, senior reporter at SC Magazine. Where is Derek? There is Derek. Welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. If you are part of my esteemed panel, can you come up to the stage right now? And let's all get you seated so I can get you introduced. All right, so good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Derek Johnson. I'm an editor and reporter at SC Media, where I cover cybersecurity policy and news across the public and private sector. If you haven't had a chance to check us out, please do. scmagazine.com. We used to be a paper magazine. Now we're digital, but we like the name, so we keep the website. So welcome to our next panel, which is on implementing zero trust architecture. And we have a really sort of stellar lineup here of folks from both government and industry. We are going to talk a little bit about where some of these folks are in their zero trust journeys, how they're moving to meet some of the mandates that have been laid out by the Biden administration by 2024. And we're going to wade a little bit into the debate over zero trust as a security philosophy and as a marketing term, and some of the tensions that you sometimes see around those two concepts. So I want to give our panelists as much time as possible to talk, maybe leave a little bit of time for audience questions. So I'm just going to jump right into introducing our panel. There you go. Yep. No worries. So with us, we have Tony Platter, who's the Acting Chief Information Security Officer in the Office of the Chief Information Officer for the Undersecretary of the Navy. We also have Dr. Sean Cortopassi, who's the Division Director for the Program Systems Management Office at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Next to him is Jane Zentmeyer, who's the Director for Architecture and Transformation at the Office of the Inspector General at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We have next to her, Kelvin Brewer, who, unlike the other panelists, has a nice succinct title for his job. He's the Director for the Public Sector Sales Engineering at ForgeRock. And then at the far end, we have Michelle Thomas, who's the Chief Information Security Officer for the Office of the Undersecretary at the Science and Technology Directorate for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So welcome to everyone. Thank you so much for lending us your time today. And, you know, I think looking at the federal government, I have often heard it said when talking about some of these zero trust mandates that every agency's zero trust journey is going to look a little different. It's going to play out a little different. Their spending is going to look a little different, their actions. So let's start by talking about how your agency's journey began, maybe as these mandates were initially rolled out, or if you're Kelvin, you know, talk about sort of how your company has reacted and responded to some of those mandates. You know, tell me a little bit about the major milestones that maybe you've hit along the way, and how you're defining both zero trust and success. I know it's a tall order. Try to answer all of those in a couple of minutes if you can. But we'll start with Tony. Tell us a little bit about where you all started and where you're going.
Okay, first, thanks for the opportunity to talk today to represent the Department of Navy. I am the Department of Navy CISO, as you mentioned. So I had a proud opportunity to oversee the Marine Corps and the Navy as a Department of Navy CISO. Zero trust is very important from the perspective of giving emphasis to things we need to do, right? So being with my background and being around the block a while, many of the aspects of zero trust we were already working on or had it as a opportunity within cybersecurity to do. So the presidential order, the DoD strategy that many of you are familiar with is an opportunity for me to emphasize to business owners, the mission owners, the war fighter, things we need to undertake and give more emphasis to. So it's really bringing those things to bear. So for us, you know, I'm very proud of our implementation of Microsoft 365 in our flank speed environment and the zero trust principles that it currently meets in that level of maturity. But I have to really emphasize, as it was emphasized to me this morning by my CIO, zero trust is a journey. So the key thing is leadership understands and is paying attention, but it is a journey. We have an environment that spans from enterprise business systems that you mostly recognize, to weapon systems, to actually afloat in ships. So in each one of those environments, there are differences. There are different architectures, different challenges, different opportunities. So when I say zero trust, you won't never hear me come in and say, we are all zero trust across the Department of Navy. We are at different aspects at different places in the journey in each one of those networks. But what I will say is we all are moving in the right direction. So as we modernize and acquire new technology, as we look to try to mitigate those threats and risks, so I want to definitely the speaker prior to this, Kevin Green, did an excellent job talking about the point. Recognize your environment, recognize those indicators, and give you a priority for how we move towards zero trust.
Sounds like me and your CIO use the same cliches for zero trust about how it's a journey. But Sean, go ahead and tell us what you're doing and what you're up to.
Absolutely. Thank you. My name is Dr. Sean Cortopassi. I'm a division director in the Office of Housing Program Systems Management Office. I have a team of 8 personnel. We are constantly working to build the best security countermeasures and privacy controls that we can into the systems that we're responsible for. The thing about working in the Office of Housing, that also goes with the Federal Housing Administration, one of the largest mortgage insurance companies in the world. And the thing is when we have to take a risk-based approach to operations, meaning that we can't just throttle up too quickly because then the mission will halt. So we have to be very judicious about the sort of countermeasures that we put in place and the progress in which we do it. So, but there's no silver bullet that we've discovered with all of the security investments that have been made. I believe, and my team, we're making progress every day. We're making the right security investments, continuous improvement, and we believe that in time that will help transform to a zero trust architecture for the Office of Housing and the Systems Management Office that I support. Now, let me sort of go into a technical aspect of some of the things that I've experienced over my 6 years at HUD. I've seen that they have built they've done many things with the security firewalls. They've done things with intrusion prevention systems. They've done a lot more penetration testing. They've done a lot more scanning, Nessus scanning, IBM App Scan, you name it. And they're even working with DOJ and Homeland Security. So they're definitely throttling up in that aspect. I think the main thing that I want to impart is that everybody, whether they're in supporting IT or in the business office, they're all starting to realize that security is everyone's responsibility. And, you know, I believe that we're proactively making progress to reach this milestone. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Up until about 4 weeks ago, my boss, Jerry Caron, you might have heard of him, was helping us a lot on our zero trust journey, which I would say started with, as he mentioned in his keynote address, just a gap analysis. What do we have? Where are we in the implementation of what we have? What software do we have? Have we done a good job implemented? Do we need to get more? What are the pillars? Where are we at on all those pillars? It's quite a task to sit down. As we've all noted, zero trust is more than one thing. There's the 6 pillars. Each pillar has many facets associated with it. Just being able to take a step back, look at everything, know what you have, know what you don't have, and start to put that roadmap together of where you want to go next takes time. That was our first step on that journey. From there, I think we've identified the projects that we're going to do going forward. Then there comes the fun issue of finding funding to be able to do a lot of the mandated projects that we have to do. Surprisingly, the money just doesn't fall out of the sky, particularly for some of the smaller agencies that we have to, you know, figure out how we're going to do this in the context of all of our other work that we have to do as well. So for us, like others have mentioned, it is a journey. I think I feel confident in saying we actually know which projects we're going to take on to do. Some of them have started, and we will be continuing them going forward.
Kelvin, you know, obviously the Biden administration rolled out these mandates a couple of years ago, and you know, for a company like yours, you know, how much did business as usual change, or your business processes or your strategy? You know, obviously these agencies are going through a lot of mandates, a lot of activity, probably a fair amount of spending that goes along with it. So kind of tell us about how that stuff and those mandates fell down and affected companies like yours.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I think the mandates that have been coming out, especially around zero trust, one of the changes that has occurred that I've seen, and this has been an evolution over a number of years, but I think it's increased since we've kind of pulled out of the COVID pandemic and we're more in person and seeing more of events like this. You know, as a vendor community, we're getting involved more in things like ATARC working groups, for example, where multiple vendors who in normal settings are competitors are coming together to discuss the technology with government individuals and trying to figure out how to solve problems that are real problems. and understanding what the solutions could be to really help you. And then, yes, we're going back and trying to figure out as a company how to work within the new frameworks that are out there. And, I think one of those keys is the cooperation between technologists to actually create valid solutions. And the other thing that I've seen that has been a change with all of these mandates is the way that we're approaching marketing, because it's easy for a vendor to say, I'm a zero trust solution. And the definition of that and how we represent it so that it's accurate and truthful, that's so vital to everything that the agencies are trying to do, because you need to know what you're looking at, what you're getting. And a lot of times marketing is not clear on how a technology actually is what they claim they are.
Yep, and we're definitely going to dive a little bit more into that one. So keep your powder dry for that fiery discussion. But Michelle, why don't you tell us what you're doing over at DHS and how this stuff has played out in your neck of the woods?
What I'm doing is still drinking from the fire hose because I just started there almost a little less than 2 months ago. And I don't see the issues that exist in the zero trust world at DHS any different than they do at any of the agencies represented here or some that aren't. And I've heard a couple speakers so far this morning talk about some of the things that are really key and really necessary. And I wrote 3 of them down because they jumped out at me: cooperation, communication, and education. So, Kelvin, you said something that resonated with me, which is, I'm paraphrasing what you said, but you talked about the way that we market and we communicate the solutions on the vendor side, and then the way that we understand them on the consumer side, the people that consume these products. And one of the things that I would like to focus on going forward is, what do we have that we can repurpose? What do we need? And why do we need it? I'm in an organization in DHS that's basically the R&D organization within the department of over 250,000 people, right? And so what we do is we do the R&D for all of the other components within DHS, whether it's headquarters, whether it's CBP, ICE, CISA, whatever. And that's some really cool stuff, but we have some challenges that not all other agencies have. We have industrial control systems in our labs. We have Internet of Things devices in our labs and outside of our labs. And then we have everything that probably the rest of you have, right? In terms of securing, in terms of data, in terms of assets, in terms of services. It's really not that different. Our approach has to be a little different. And some of you have talked about different approaches because of the community that we support within science and technology. So we have researchers, we have scientists, we have engineers, and they're going out in the field and they're testing something, maybe in the chemical or the bio or the animal disciplines. And we have to be able to support them, and their needs are inclusive of collaborating with people outside of DHS. We collaborate very extensively with DOE labs. We collaborate with foreign research organizations too. So we have to be able to be secure, but at the same time, we have to be able to be open enough to do that sharing so that we can get the kinds of solutions that really work.
I think with something like zero trust and with an organization as large as the federal government, even the easy stuff can be hard. I know, Jane, we were talking a little bit about things like asset inventory, right? Which are really sort of the foundational building blocks of some of the things that we want to do here with zero trust. But even that, very difficult for agencies to have total visibility over their assets. When you're looking at some of these mandates and actions, was there any opportunity, or were there any opportunities to tackle low-hanging fruit, things that maybe are relatively straightforward to do, but maybe you just didn't have the momentum and the backing that you have when the president of the United States is putting down an order from on high and saying, thou shalt do zero trust. Were there low hanging fruit or easy things that you were able, maybe easy is not the right word, but were there, what were the lowest hanging fruit type things that you were able to tackle over these first few years? And maybe talk a little bit about what some of the higher hanging fruit that you want to tackle as we get closer and closer to 2024. It's for anyone who wants to take it. Yep, go ahead, Michelle.
It's kind of like you're looking for Ferris Bueller a little bit, right? Bueller.
You want to go?
I can go. I think for us, a lot of it is going to be reprioritization around projects. We had a number of, I'm sure everyone has a number of security efforts already in play. Security in general is larger than zero trust too. I would say the first big change is culture. Starting to get everyone in the CIO shop as well as outside the CIO shop to think security first. Even on my contracting teams, just getting them to realize that security is not in the way of us deploying things. It is part of what we do, and it needs to be part of our project plans, part of everything that we do. Culture change is a big thing. We always are trying to meet our mission goals. That's not going to stop just because we have zero trust coming along. And so being able to build everything and continue with our oversight work, frankly, even my agency, is important. And a lot of that is we work with a lot of data. We have Medicare and Medicaid's data, and I think we put out 300 reports a year. A lot of our oversight work involves data analytics in the cloud setting. Being able to think about the importance of PII and the healthcare data associated with elderly in the United States, being able to protect that and thinking first around, data security, which is a foundation for zero trust. And then, first the culture, then we have to think about the tools. How do we modify everything? What is our project plans? What can we put into place to make sure we stay on that path and meet those goals that have been outlined? Will we get there by 2024? Maybe, maybe some of them. We're going to do our best. But I think, again, just getting everybody, the agency moving in the same direction from, our CIO shop to our data shop to our auditors and evaluators, getting those stakeholders thinking and knowing and understanding what zero trust is, and that it's not, I think to your point, Sean, it's not just us in CIO, it's going to end up being an agency-wide effort.
Does anybody else want to tackle that or?
Well, the one thing that I wanted to just point out is I like that it seems like there's a number of strategies coming out for zero trust, and whether that's the executive order that just came out on cybersecurity strategy, or it's the Department of Defense zero trust strategy that came out a few months ago. The thing, of course, as an identity vendor that we love is that in most cases, identity and non-person identities or devices are identified as the first priority, right? And so we're really happy about that. But when you look at each different agency and where their maturity level is in different areas of zero trust, different pillars, just because a strategy says that you need to focus on identity first, that doesn't mean that that's the right thing for that agency. And every agency has to go about looking at where are our weak points in the zero trust framework? What do we need to address first to button up our security? And then we can go and look at the other things and see if there's any weaknesses there. But what's the most important area to look at?
Yes, being in the Office of Housing and working closely with my main IT office, I wanted to talk about some of the main things that I've observed that they've done to throttle up and has been greatly beneficial to the program office. They've invested in security analytics. They set up a security operations center. They had a data loss prevention program. Instead of having ATO reviews every 3 years, we now have continuous monitoring every year. We have better trained assessors, and now the business applications are mostly using multi-factor authentication. So that's what I've observed.
Tony, I know that DoD is governed by its own sort of zero trust strategy, and I believe you all had the Thunderdome pilot recently. Talk to us a little bit about how, because you're not necessarily being governed by some of those mandates, but talk about how your own zero trust strategy, kind of how that boils down to the Navy and some of the things that you're doing and that you've been able to tackle over the last couple of years.
That's a good question. I like to frame it as many of you already know, we had COVID, we had the growth in the remote workforce. And that's allowed us to actually make a lot of changes in the Department of Navy, and I'm pretty sure in many of your own organizations, because we had to springboard to meet those requirements of all this remote workforce, where we had a perimeter where we was working off of firewalls and we had these security domains. Then all of a sudden everything changed, and we had to support workers a much increased remote workforce. And for us, that gave us opportunity, because we were able to take more risk, because we had to meet the mission that was as it was presented, and we created this flank speed environment, and we have moved 500,000 folks into that environment, this cloud-based 365 environment, and this environment has meets many of those principles of what we want for zero trust. And we have been able to then take now and come up with an overall plan that looks into how we have the requirements that have come down from DoD, and they have articulated greatly what those capabilities, those 50 or so capabilities that we need to have in place for zero trust, and what those 100+ activities are. So now we've started mapping now to show where are we at in each one of those environments I talked about earlier in relationship to that architecture. And then our next step, we are putting out a strategic intent that should go out within the next 30 days, which kind of gives directions to both the Navy and Marine Corps on how to look for those outcomes that we desire. Because as you said, there's going to be different solutions based on those different environments, but we want to articulate what those outcomes that need to map within that reference architecture that came from DoD. So if we take the strategic intent, we are putting together design capabilities that we're going to release. And what that's going to again do is further articulate what are the outcomes that you need to achieve to map to that zero trust. So we know what the capabilities that are out there by industry. We know some of the technology that meets the zero trust intent, but we want to make sure we're articulating to make sure we're setting standards so that we have that interoperability, because as was mentioned earlier, we do have a mission and we got to make sure things work together, and we don't want to break things. So with those design concepts that are going to get published, we have those plans and management strategies that are due from each one of the programs and networks this fall. So we see that all playing into our overall plan. I do want to mention, as I've heard noted, identity as a new perimeter. Identity has been for us a #1 priority, partially also driven by the financial audit of DoD, where we identified there were identity areas that we needed to fix and do better in. So we had already placed identity as a priority because of that DoD financial audit. So we are springboarding again as an opportunity to come up with a naval identity service, which will provide that authentication and identity out to all of those new applications as we onboard and look to continue to transition to the cloud. So with that, also another priority becomes continuous monitoring. And I heard you talk about that. Extremely important in our area. It's not all of the effort and resources we put into authorizing systems. We want to set core controls, core requirements, have application mission owners be able to bring capability and deploy faster, but put more resources in how we understand and how we monitor what's already connected to the network. We also want to bring in more of breach simulation, more pen testing. We really want to understand it's not about compliance and trying to meet all of the requirements all of the time, but understanding what the attack vectors are, what the exact risk, because that really plays into prioritization strategy. And that strategy, as we talked about earlier, threat information, all of that really needs to be applied to your zero trust strategy. Because as you try to meet the requirements, as you try to build the best environments you can, because it's never 100% secure. So how you try to build the environments, has to be threat informed, and you have to understand how your controls are working. As we talked about, as industry provides us all these solutions that are zero trust enabled, understand how that actually works in context to the adversary and to folks that would actually go to break your environment. So with that, that kind of all plays into how we're looking, how we're strategizing on zero trust, but to the bigger picture, that goes to how we're trying to modernize our environments.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about something that always matters in these discussions, which is funding and predictability and how you can plan out what you're going to buy, what you're going to implement, and when. You know, some of you all work for smaller agencies, you know, limited budget. Some work for large agencies, but we're in this spot where Congress is split right now. Traditionally, what that has meant over the last few decades is things like continuing resolutions become much more likely. Things like regular budgets become much harder to pass. If you have been in the federal government for a while, this is not new to you. You're probably a veteran at it at this point. But when you're looking at some of these mandates and some of these activities that you're trying to put into place, how difficult is it to do that in an environment where you're not necessarily sure what your funding outlook is going to look like, whether you're going to get a budget passed, and to what extent, if any, can you plan around that and still meet some of these goals and requirements that you need to meet? And why don't we start with Michelle on the end?
Creative funding is essential. And one of the challenges that we have with the inability to sometimes clearly define funding streams for the tools and the capabilities that we need is we find ourselves either one extreme is looking at all the wonderful products and the widgets that are out there that provide solutions to pieces of the pillars of zero trust. And then at the other extreme, we have people who don't have the capability or the knowledge, know how to do that creative funding. And so they have to work with what they've got. And whether it's a tool that came with their CDM capabilities, whether it's a tool that came with something else, they have to cobble something together. And the one thing that I keep cautioning people about wherever I work, is not just where I am now, is somebody said at one of the panels this morning that we needed to look at zero trust from a holistic standpoint. So when we do get our hands on some piece of that pot at the end of the rainbow, we have to make sure that the tools that we have, whether we already bought them and we've been using them for a couple of years or more, or we just got them, play well with each other. We can't have a satchel full of tools that all of which run with scissors. You know, they just don't care about the other. They don't want to share information. And we have to look at this from a holistic standpoint. And so trying to justify the funding that is available, and there are things like the TMF fund and other areas that we can explore. That's the creative part. But we have to make sure that what we do satisfies that holistic approach. And sometimes it means replacing some of those tried and true, or deprecating some of those tried and true products that we may have had, or looking at what we already have differently. I see vendors across the space that have approved CDM products, and they're now scrambling and looking at how they can adapt their product to meet a more holistic zero trust view. CDM is a piece of that, and we've heard a lot about it. But I think we need to maintain that holistic view even when we go after the money for it. And the other thing that I see as a big weakness when it comes to funding is sometimes we technologists, whether we're security wonks or not, we have a hard time expressing our needs and our requirements in business terms. The people that approve our budgets are not technologists. They care about the money. They're the CFOs, or they're the CIOs, or they're the administrators. And so we have to express to them in terms that mean something to them from a business? What is it going to keep you doing? What is it going to keep you from doing? How is it going to support the mission? And quite often I see budget requests fail simply because of that, not because it's a mandate and we got to do it. That's not what people want to hear. What does it mean to me? I'm the CFO or the CIO of this agency. What can I not do? What can I do? Why do I have to do this?
Anyone else want to talk about or vent about this issue?
With something Michelle said. Absolutely. How you articulate what's going to be done with zero trust, not in the perspective of I'm doing it because it's zero trust. How does it enable your business units? And again, you're a guy talking from DOD, from the military, how you're enabling your business by doing, and it goes back to, I mentioned identity earlier. One of the biggest thrusts for me was identity was because of the naval audit. So what was it from a financial perspective, how were we meeting all of the auditing requirements? So it wasn't me coming forward and saying, oh, we just got to have zero trust and we got to right now move on identity. How was it enabled them to better address the audit requirements? How was it better able the financial community to do their job, segmentation of duties? How was it better able to ensure that the financial statements were more accurate and that systems were actually talking to each other correctly? That resonated with the CFO. So it wasn't just I came in and said, yeah, we're doing this because, you know, there's a zero trust mandate, which is important, but it had to be articulated in such a way or how it was enabled in the business units. So for many cybersecurity practitioners, we want to be able to be upfront talking to business managers and helping them meet their requirements and trying not to be at the end with a checklist of what you're trying to do today doesn't meet cybersecurity requirements. So that's really a big thing I just want to emphasize. So Michelle was right on target of bringing that up. So please, as you approach your strategies, always be thinking about how you articulate your requirements of how it's going to better enable that business unit to be more profitable, or more value added. And I think you're going to resonate more with business managers they're going to be the ones that's going to get the money to modernize infrastructure and systems. It's not always the CISO who's getting the money. So as I enable them to do their job and to beat the requirements earlier, their modernization efforts automatically help cybersecurity.
Let's switch gears here a little bit and talk about the way that we talk about zero trust. So zero trust as a concept has really taken off in certain places. Certainly, the federal government. It has the support of the White House. Not everybody is a unabashed fan of zero trust. There are folks who will argue that parts of it or core parts of it have been around for a while. You call it least privilege access and some of these other terms that have been around for decades. But beyond that, there's this kind of push-pull, I think, between the way that zero trust gets talked about as a security philosophy and the way that it sometimes gets marketed and sold. There's that kind of old joke about how you could buy a zero trust ham sandwich at RSA and other places. There's sort of a gold rush mentality that sometimes surrounds a new or emerging concepts like this. And what I want to talk about is, how should we be talking about it if you are a proponent, if you are a vendor, if you are someone who is trying to implement it? How do you talk about these things? Because zero trust is its greatest strength and weakness is sort of its flexibility, right? It can mean different things, and it gives you that flexibility. That also lends itself to some vagueness that can sometimes get taken advantage of by marketing folks. So how do we push back against the cynicism that we've seen pop up around zero trust, around the way that it gets marketed and talked about, and how do you do that in a responsible and accurate way? And we can start with anyone who wants to take that.
Okay. So we've talked about culture. I think how you go about presenting the solutions in an organization can depend on the culture of the organization. So we know that organizational change is tough. And that one of the other speakers earlier today talked about the waterfall mentality that a lot of leadership has in certain areas, and we're not agile enough. When I saw what was coming down the pike at my prior agency, the Department of Labor, with respect to zero trust, I knew immediately that from a cultural standpoint, if I started saying zero trust this, zero trust that, people would just kind of, go, oh, gee, I wonder if it's going to rain today. And they just, they didn't want to listen. They didn't care. They didn't understand. They didn't care to understand. And so my approach was to look at zero trust from its base level. What are the things that you need to know? You asked a question and you mentioned assets earlier, right? And so everybody has weaknesses. And I looked at some of the weaknesses that we had, and one of them is very important to zero trust. And that is, you need to know what you have. And what you have is not just hardware and software, but you also have capabilities and services. And you need to map the applications and the capabilities to the hardware and the software, right? And we happened at the time to be an agency that was using ServiceNow. And so for a multitude of reasons, I kept this one in the back of my head because I said, it's really, guys, I had a team of 24 people helping me get this done. But I said, we have to master the art of understanding what we have before we can identify it, before we can secure it, and before we can protect the data around it. And so the upshot was that we totally redesigned our platform, and we started it from scratch, and we built an entirely new CMDB, which if you use ServiceNow and you understand the concept of the CMDB to ServiceNow, that is your base level of data for everything that you do, in my opinion. And we built a whole new CMDB. And then when they appointed a zero trust lead, he came to me and he said, you just knocked out one of my pillars. Thank you. And to me, that was great, because what I did and what I had intended to do was just to lay the groundwork. And so if we, from a cultural aspect, if we have that challenge, if we look at it from, you can call it cloak and dagger, disguising the obvious, whatever, but it's a way to communicate to people the importance of a thing or a service or something else that is necessary, and you're going to be challenged in explaining it to people. Find a different way to explain it to them.
I think it's important to remember your audience. And when you are speaking about zero trust, different people are going to respond better to different messages. Your executives are going to want, as we've already talked about, what's the business need? Why am I here? Your average ordinary person who's just trying to get their job done just wants to know if you're going to stop them from getting their job done. I have found that a lot of times it's best to try to get to the task at hand, and then roll it into the, yes, this is part of what we're working for zero trust. So, as an example, we're working on our infrastructure in AWS. We have a pretty large cloud footprint for a small agency. Being able to segment out our applications and our data by workloads, by tagging, and a number of different scenarios is really important before microsegmentation and, how we manage our zero trust assets, which normally puts most people to sleep when I talk about it. However, if you start talking about how people really need to access only what they need to do for their job, that resonates a lot better with folks out there, and they can understand a little better why we need to take these projects on, that we can't just only focus on the mission, the front end. We do have to protect that back end as part of just what we do on a day-to-day basis. So it's really important to think through not just the fancy IT sounding tech, to be able to translate that into language that works for the audience that you're speaking to. In my previous example, I'm talking about, talking to our evaluators or our data analysts. If I'm talking to our executives, I might talk a little bit more about the efficiency associated with making sure that we are protecting our assets and from an incident that would no doubt be quite expensive to respond and react to. So, there are different ways to tailor your messages to work for the audience that you're trying to deliver it to. So, when you're the person that's on the front end trying to help folks and do that culture change that's necessary to really implement some of these things, you've got to keep that message in mind and who you're speaking to, what their pain points are and how you can help them address that going forward. So.
Briefly, because I do want to leave some time for audience questions, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I brief federal executives all the time, and it's all about spelling out the risks of not only to the business, but the technical aspects as well. What are the implications if we don't have this countermeasure or product? And spelling that out and creating that sense of urgency is what I try to do.
Awesome. I do want to have an opportunity to open it up here for audience questions. If anyone wanted to ping our panel on anything zero trust related, now is your opportunity.
As we're seeing these questions, we're not going to get too many in.
Not getting too many in these days.
Hello, my name is Eric Florence. I'm with Veracode, and you guys talked about, going through this journey. So I was curious, what do you use as a metric to determine how you're progressing, whether you're, what good looks like? Are you getting better? Are you moving further away from your target?
Metrics. How are you defining success with your zero trust activities? Yeah, he's asking what kind of metrics do you typically use or have you employed to tell whether you're succeeding or failing on this journey?
So I think we're still working through the exact metrics that we would use for something like this. There's different ways of taking a look at it. If you have asset management, how many, can you track all your devices on the network? What percentage are being tracked? How are they being used? So I think you're going to have to look at the individual pillars. For application security, you're going to look at your vulnerabilities. Are they being addressed? Is there visibility into what you're doing? I think it's hard to target at one because that's a pretty large ask across all of the pillars. But I do think metrics need to be part of what you're working on as you get there. I think for identity management perspective, we're just starting our identity management journey. What does someone look like on the network? Who are they when they come visit us? Being able to know, for example, just being able to define what those data attributes are and are we filling them in would be a wonderful metric. We're still working on that type of thing. So I'm not sure if I have a specific answer for you, but I do think there's a lot of opportunity there for more improvement. I know in AWS, we use Security Hub to take a look at how well we're meeting some of our day-to-day security requirements, tied to different attributes. I think continuous authorization, which a couple of folks have mentioned, has another way of having some metrics that gives you some visibility onto the network. So depending on the pillar, you're going to get probably different answers, but there's lots of opportunity for metrics and being able to track that.
I think there's some hidden gems in the architecture document and in the executive order. I think, again, I agree, it's pillar dependent, also dependent on what solutions you invested in to tackle each one of the pillars and how well they can play with each other as to how you're going to fulfill the requirements that are stated in these documents, like the architecture in 2209, versus what your environment is. So I currently am in an environment where I have a little bit of everything. I have people in my organization that are connected to one network. I have people that are connected to a research and development network. And then I have 5 laboratories that are connected to another network, and for security and other business reasons, they can't connect to anything else. And so it depends on the environment. It depends on what tools you're implementing or thinking of implementing if you haven't done it yet, because in your strategy, you have to decide what bite of the elephant you're going to take first. One of the sides or the front or the rear, and then you just have to make your way towards whatever the other side is.
That gets us back to one of the points brought up earlier, which is integration.
Yes.
So once you have all these different tools all over the network, how do you create that enterprise view of metrics and towards leading to zero trust? And it's not an easy.
If we can identify the data that we want for these metrics, and these metrics aren't just to satisfy CISA or anybody else. These metrics have to have value to your agency, and they also have to have value to the mission, and they also have to have value to the concept, this paradigm shift of moving towards this journey on zero trust, right? And so we can use tools once we have the data, whether it's, some sort of analytics tool, business intelligence tool, or maybe it's one of the platforms that we have, whether it's Salesforce or Appian or ServiceNow or whatever. So it's going to depend on one, do we have the requirements of what we want metrics on? Do we know what the value is that we want to demonstrate with the metric? It is something that we have to report on quarterly to OMB, for example, or does the CFO want some sort of justification for the investment that they've made in our budget? It runs the gamut.
I would say from our DoD perspective, since we have the zero trust reference architecture, we also have the National Defense Authorization Act, which actually gives us reporting requirements. So we do have some metrics that we must report on that's already been established. Metrics are a work in progress. We have DoD working closely with DoD, at DoD CIO. They have identified the starting metrics for us to start, knowing that we must transition, knowing and identifying those assets on the network, knowing and understanding. We're going to monitor whether incident response awareness is improving, whether our incident response time improves in those environments who have met the base reference architecture for zero trust. As you know, we have a target area where you must meet capabilities and activities, and then you have advanced zero trust activities that you must meet. So we're measuring against folks' movement toward that the basic architecture, meeting the basic capabilities. So those plan of action and milestones that we're having all the systems put together, most of our metrics are going to start with tracking their progress toward meeting the reference architecture, to meeting the basic architecture and meeting those basic capabilities. So that's going to be our starting point. And then we have metrics working groups set up now who are starting to mature out additional metrics. But what's been stressed is we're going to start and work with these metrics, and we're going to see if it's starting to give us the value and outcomes, but we're not going to be hesitant not to change and modify those metrics as we go along.
Awesome. Well, we are out of time. We are over time. But thank you so much to our panel. I am Derek Johnson with SC Media. I hope that this was a useful and informative session. Tony, Sean, Jane, Michelle, and Kelvin, thank you so much for lending us your insights. And thank you very much.
Great job, Derek. Appreciate that. It went by so fast. I looked at my watch. I'm like kind of watching the time. It's like we're almost done.
It always does.
Like to squeeze more questions in there, but a lot of information's coming out in a rapid time. It's good to see Michelle and Tony. I haven't had you all in a little bit. Yeah, it's good to have you back. Next we have, we're going rapid fire here. Can we advance the slide, please? We've got Wayne Lay-Rich, who's the Federal Chief Technology Officer of Palo Alto Networks. Good to have you back. And we look forward to your talk.
Well, it's great to be here today at the ATARC Summit. Again, my name is Wayne Lay-Rich. I'm the Field CTO at Palo Alto Networks. We are an equipment vendor, but the talk today I wanted to do is a little bit different in the sense that I wanted to talk about a real world example of zero trust. As I said, we are a public company equipment vendor. We are not a government agency. However, we are all in on zero trust, right? So we we essentially have followed the same zero trust architectures and concepts that you all do. And when you look at Palo Alto as an entity, 18,000 employees, our attack surface is very large, containers, servers, websites, et cetera. And all those users and all of our data centers, all of our customers, we are protecting through zero trust. So the point of this talk is that to give you a reference of a private entity that has actually implemented zero trust, and we have proved that its effectiveness based on our logging, telemetry, and the like. So I have a short amount of time to talk to you, but I wanted you to know that these architectures will be available on our website, and we could certainly have a further discussion there. One of the main things that we did, what we found, one of the benefits of moving to this zero trust architecture, and again, we weren't beholden to some of the same, M2209 or mandates that you all are, but it did take us a few years to get there. Once we decided to move towards zero trust, we did all the same things that your agencies and enterprise IT folks have to do as far as identifying attack surface, moving through all of the tools, and really optimizing that. And one of the benefits of that was we actually reduced our logging and alerts from billions of alerts per day down to a handful of incidents. We've really worked toward pivoting toward orchestration, automation, and the like. And we were actually able to lower our FTEs in the SOC to have them do other things like research and threat hunting. And so what we did was we basically took the pillars of the zero trust, like the CISA zero trust pillars, and collapsed them down and added a domain of users, applications, and infrastructure. So one of the speakers in the last panel had talked about how every agency is different. Some are going to really focus on identity. Some are going to focus on things like IoT, machine to machine. And so we found that this approach really helped as far as understanding how we could approach zero trust for our environment. And another piece that we've done to really kind of focus in on zero trust is this notion of context. So we follow this idea of the Kipling method, which is essentially a business-based context outcome of rules. So rather than have layer 4 type rules or rules based on specifically identity, we're really looking at a holistic picture of those of the context to build a rule that has that context. So we take this approach of a who, what, where, when, why, and how. And part of the DNA of Palo Alto and what we've done with our firewalls, some of the things that we've had out there for a number of years, and then moving into other pieces of the architecture is this notion of this layer 7 rule base. So what I'm saying is that we can do an identity, we can identify a user, but then we can also create rules based on that user's persona, time of day, the device that they're using, if they're on travel, based on an IP address, things of that nature. So we're really pulling all this in and using this to create these rules. I realize this is going to be impossible to see this diagram, but again, these architectures are available on our website. And again, the idea is this: we provide these tools, but as Michelle from the last panel said, they have to work together. And so these type of architectures are meant to be modular in the sense that we understand that there's investments that are already made. The idea is to really optimize those tools that you already have and then augment where you need them. So I'm going to just click through this real quick. The idea here is, again, it's hard to see with the screens, but we have a holistic architecture here for our architecture. And one of the takeaways is that if you could see it, each one of those little boxes on the left, there are certain colors designated based on that user's persona. And so the idea is that regardless of whether that user's on site, at a remote branch, or working from home or Starbucks, they're going to have that same zero trust security applied to them. As we kind of move to that middle stack, the same idea there as well. We have workloads that are in the data center. And of course, with the cloud first and cloud smart type migration into the cloud, we need to be able to protect those as well. And then on the top, we have our SaaS security tools, right? So the idea is that when I say we've proven that it works is because, you know, our attack surface is very large. We're attacked just as much as probably governments are. The sense that we've gone through and we can actually see that we've stopped some of these attacks through things like automation, machine learning, and things of that nature. We can actually go back and look at the historical data and see that. Another piece is the attack surface management. You know, M2209 calls out using third-party tools and understanding your attack surface. This is one of the things that we took to heart as well, and we really used this to kind of make sure that we were protecting our crown jewels. On the far right, there's this whole notion of analytics and automation. So these tools, we pull in all of this data. And the idea, again, through automation is not to be a single vendor. We're pulling all types of logs and information in for security orchestration and automation. So I have just a few seconds left. I'm going to skip some of this, but again, we really view zero trust as an important piece, and I'd be happy to talk to you in the back. Thanks.
Hang on. Thanks, Wayne. Appreciate it. I have a quick question for you. This slide almost makes zero trust look easy. How was it internally? What was the harder things that you had to deal with internally to make this all happen?
Exactly. Yeah. Again, we're not beholden to some of the same mandates the government is, but it still took us from start to finish about 3.5 years, right? So that would be identifying all the tools we have, optimizing tools, really identifying the attack surface and what assets we needed to protect, where we need to put in things like step-up authentication, how we were going to integrate tools like we use Okta, two-factor authentication. Is it good enough to have a push to your phone? Those kind of things. So really, it took a number of years, and it had to go from top down, right? If you were to come to our EBC in Santa Clara, California, the people that I would have a customer talk to would be our IT guys who actually implemented it so that you could really understand the scope.
That was fantastic. Round of applause. Fantastic. Okay, next we have my glasses. We've got Nick Kukuru. Did I get that right? No, I'm not going to call you that. Yes, nice to have you here, and you're going to warm the cockles of Ross Ford's heart when you're talking about machine identity management, and we'll be hearing a little bit more of that later today. But thank you.
My pleasure, Tom. All right, guys, I can't stay on stage. I really can't. I come from a large Italian family. So the nice part is Tom and Corey gave me this wide expanse so I don't hit anybody as I normally do when I talk. So it is magnificent to be here in DC. It really is. I mean, the cherry blossoms are out, but the conversations in here are even better. All right, it's been a good day. Now I'm going to go through what we do at Venafi. But first, I'm going to go through this. Oh, that's me. Come on. We're there. I'm going to give you my aha moment if I can. Here's my aha moment. I'm a data scientist at heart. I worked for the SAS Institute for over 2 decades. And then I went to MasterCard and I led their cybersecurity and their privacy practice. And one day, Ron Green, our CISO, came up to me and said, "Hey, Nick, got a question. You're securing, we've got the network is secure. We're securing the data. We're getting better at it." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right, Ron, we are." He goes, "But all this machine learning and this AI," I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "We need to understand how to actually secure the machine-to-machine communication." And that's when I was like, oh, crap. For 20 plus years, I've been worried about this. People, usernames, right? I didn't realize there's 2 identities on a network until Ron told me there's 2 identities on a network. And how many of you know Ron Green? No? Okay, Ron Green's not a small man, but when he tells you there's 2 identities on a network, you say, yes, sir, there's 2 identities on a network. And the other one is machines. This is what led me to Venafi. I was like, okay, now I need to understand how to secure machine-to-machine communication, because it's those machines that can be inserted as I've been told by some of my friends in the Department of Defense, those machines can insert bad data, making bad decisions. And this is what I love. I absolutely love protecting people. I absolutely love figuring out these problems. Don't judge me. Just please don't judge me. All right, go ahead and judge me. My wife does it every single day. But here's the deal. When it came to zero trust and coming over, I did what I did when I was an auditor at Arthur Andersen. I found the standards, which of course is NIST and CISA. Those people from CISA, God bless you, I love you, because you gave me a framework to work with, along with NIST, and the ability to say, okay, how do we map machine identity management capabilities to these standards? Because as a former auditor, you can continue to judge me, I need to be able to have something to check the box, right? That's the goal. And as I've been working with our customers, especially our government customers, we were able to find this out. Those two architectures comes down to four main efforts as we try to connect the dots. What we found out is you guys want to do those four things. You want to prevent misuse and incidents, correct? Stop outages, automate for efficiency, and modernize with speed and safety. Those were the good work that you guys do every single day. So I was like, all right, if I can map the pillars and those steps to those four areas, we can begin to have a good discussion, especially with the business side of it, because I can actually put values to each one of those. What does stopping an outage mean? How many constituents can we serve if we stop an outage or more? How much money can we save if we actually automate with efficiency so that we can work a better budget? Tying those metrics there, that's the second thing I get excited about, because that's data. And that's what I get to do with our customers and you every single day. And that's why I like to be here with Tom and here at ATARC. Now, the question is what does that all mean? Well, when you tie all those pillars together, you actually sit there and say, to do those four things, I need those areas to be taken care of. And so what we've done over the last 3 years is created a control plane. A control plane that gives you those major capabilities of what? Visibility, governance, automation, and orchestration. And as I learned this morning from Mr. Blair, freedom of choice, because you all have technical debt. Freedom of choice means I can work both on the mainframe and I can work in the cloud with whatever technology partners that you see around this room that I need to work with. There's a freedom of choice. And as a result of that, what we were able to do in the last year was take each one of those areas, break it down into 9 components. This is a living document. We will make changes as we talk to more of you, but a lot of you gave us input for this. And in each one of those 9 areas, we are creating a checklist. A third thing I live for, a checklist, a to-do list, to be able to say, if I'm working I want zero trust, I want to be able to do that. This control plane will allow me to do these 9 things, but within those 9 things are the tasks that need to be done so that you can show an auditor that, hey, I've done these 4 or 5 things, which maps to visibility and analytics, which maps to stopping outages, which maps over to the pillar, which means I am working to comply. You may not have all 10 items, but as I've learned today, what you're being able to do is say, I've got these 5 taken care of, and in the next 2 years, I expect these 2 or 3 other items to come into picture. And what I'm going to offer you today is, if you come talk to me, please come talk to me, because my wife doesn't, she really doesn't, is I will actually be able to put you on the list so that we can get you the checklist underneath each one of the pillars and in these areas. Because that's where we're headed now. It's the how now. People understand zero trust, but it's the how and the what I have to do to prove I am in compliance. And that's exactly the work that we do every day at Venafi. That's what gets me excited. That's why I get up in the morning. Continue to judge me, I know. But that's the real reason, because at the end of the day, our goal is really this. Let's just get after it, okay? Come, talk to me, whatever you need. We can talk data science. We can talk machine identity management. We can talk hockey, because I grew up in Detroit. And I'm not watching your Capitals out here. But anyway, anything you want, please, let's just get after it. I thank you and have a great day here at ATARC. I appreciate your time.
Great presentation. I have a question for you. Since you were doing all of benefit, how does the financial sector compare to like the federal government? Where are they on the maturity level? Other verticals?
Well, I'll tell you that the two parts that you'll find out is the financial sector and the health sector are always going to be leading. And that's probably because of the regulations. So financial sector, you always have your Sarbanes-Oxleys, you have your Dodd-Franks, you have everything like that. Same thing with health. You have PCI standards, which I know and love. God bless me. I've read that report many times. And you've got the PHI standards. Now, where government is, believe it or not, you guys aren't too far behind. You're not an early adopter like those two industries, but you are in the adoption curve, as in late adoption to early adoption for some agencies.
Well, thank you for that. Really
Thank you, Tom.
appreciate it. Okay, we are at our last panel of the morning, and we've got Nihal Christian, who's the tech reporter for CyberScoop, which is part of FedScoop. If they can bring their panel up. Are they out in the hall? Okay, here we go. There's Sean. We got a good sign here. I'm starting to see panelists drip in. It's good. We got the dramatic, drum roll coming in, Great, great. Well, good to see everybody. How's it going? I don't have your diploma, Jerry. Sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nihal Krishan. I'm a tech reporter with FedScoop and CyberScoop here in Washington. And this is the clock is ticking, Zero Trust and its executive requirements. Up on stage, I am joined by Gary Caron, the third Chief Information Officer of the International Trade Administration at the Department of Commerce. And then we have Daniel Dister, Deputy Director, Office of the Enterprise Chief Information Security Officer at the Bureau of Information Resource Management, Department of State. Daniel. Eric Sanders, the Chief Information Security Officer at DHS. Sean Connolly, Program Manager and Senior Cybersecurity Architect at CISA, DHS. Sean, and then Brian Dennis, Principal Technologist at Akamai. Thanks to all of you for joining me today. Real quick, if you don't already, you should follow our stories on FedScoop and subscribe to our newsletter for all our hottest, juiciest scoops and exclusives. So wanted to kick things off with a bang. I'm curious how each of your agencies or companies have began their journey in regards to implementing the new and significant changes from the Zero Trust strategy. And most importantly, how do you measure success in the short run? How are we evaluating progress? We can just go down the line, starting with Gary.
I've only been there 4 weeks, so I don't know yet.
No deadline, no schedules thus far.
I don't know where we're at yet. No, I'm drinking from the fire hose, being there only 4 weeks. But I mean, the thing is the approach, and I talked about it this morning earlier for those that weren't here though, but it's like, looking at the investments and the things that you have today, what you can do with what you got, based on what the requirements are. And then, understanding what your gaps are. And then like where I came from, which was the HHS OIG, we were able to have that as is, that future target architecture. And we drew our roadmaps and we did the pillars. Of course, we broke it down into the 5 pillars. But the key that we did in developing those 5 pillars is we didn't want to just concentrate on one pillar, develop that pillar, get it perfect, and then do the next pillar. Because my fear was, and as always, you end up re-engineering a lot of things. So we made sure we identified all the dependencies from pillar to pillar, because it's an architecture and we wanted to make sure everything flowed through in doing that. So the projects that we identified and the milestones for those projects, of course, to measure that success was very important in developing that final architecture.
Gotcha. Thanks, Gary. Daniel?
Sure. At the U.S. Department of State, we realized that, zero trust architecture, the zero trust concept is something kind of like that movie that won several Oscar awards. It's like trying to do everything everywhere all at once, which is not possible, certainly at a major department. So we tried to break it down. We have working groups focused on the pillars. We have an executive steering committee. We developed a zero trust strategy, a zero trust implementation plan. But we still thought it's important to prioritize, because we couldn't focus on everything everywhere all at once. It just wasn't possible. So we did focus primarily on the identity pillar, but we didn't lose sight of the other pillars and the interdependencies between them. What we found what was important to do was to take the zero trust maturity model that CISA developed and break that down, decompose it into discrete activities. The zero trust maturity model isn't exactly a step-by-step guide, as you may know. It's more of a framework. So we had to decompose it into individual activities that were important for each pillar. And then we focused on those activities across pillars that we knew had to be addressed. And so instead of, again, focusing primarily, but not exclusively on the identity pillar, we worked on a plan to get those activities accomplished before we get too far into the other pillars. We do have a roadmap that's tied to a sort of a Gantt chart, if you will, for measuring our progress, with progress measured from traditional to advanced to the optimal stage in the maturity model. We found that for senior leadership, they don't like to see a lot of numbers. Well, sometimes they do, but it was better to show a graphic portrayal of where we are in our journey using that zero trust maturity model and showing how we are progressing across into the advanced stage and hopefully to the optimal stage. But that's a little bit further off. We have to be kind of rational and reasonable in our approach. The State Department is in 190 countries at 275 posts around the world. So it's not easy to say, oh, we'll just implement this thing here at headquarters. That doesn't translate. We're just all over the world in many locations. We also have the complication, if you will, or the advantage of we have locally employed staff who have to be accommodated with accounts. So we have embassies in China, we have embassies in Russia, we have locally employed staff, we have employees of the department. We have to communicate and deal with foreign national people all the time. That is part of the job of diplomacy. So zero trust is kind of like counter to diplomacy in some words. So we're finding it very challenging, but it's we know that it's the right thing to do, and we certainly embrace it, and we're moving forward on it. So
Thank you, Daniel. We'll come back to you on some further deadlines shortly. Eric, and yeah, feel free to introduce yourself briefly and focus on how you're defining and measuring success.
Yes. So just a little clarification. I'm the CISO for the Office of Intelligence and Analysis at DHS, not the larger DHS. So we're actually kind of unique in DHS in that we are the IC component for DHS. We supply all the IT that makes up what we call the intelligence enterprise, which is, that's how basically all the DHS components get access to the intelligence community. So as part of the intelligence community, a lot of our systems, or essentially all of our systems, are classified as national security systems. And so national security systems are on a different schedule under different mandates than other federal executive agencies that are beholden to your typical executive order. Instead, we get a lot of our guidance through national security memorandums and the like. So slightly different schedule from a timing perspective. I think, one of the biggest challenges, obviously, we knew this was coming, even though NSM 8 hadn't been published yet. So we started building zero trust into our programming cycles so that we can budget for it. Those things don't happen overnight. Money doesn't just show up on your doorstep the next day when an order is signed or a mandate comes down. It could take, years really to get that funding into your budget so that you can actually start executing on things that are going to make a demonstrable difference. And so, articulating that up front, what we think we're going to need, and communicating the business value associated with those investments, and in that, if you can't communicate business value, you're probably not going to get the funding you need in the first place. So that's a challenge for, I think, a lot of security organizations is communicating that value. And then once you get the money, you got to be able to execute on it. And if you don't execute on it, then you're likely to lose that money. So that's, there's unique challenges, I think, that the government faces that private industry and private organizations don't have to necessarily go and deal with. Now, as far as measuring progress, it's very important to understand where you are starting from, right? And baselining. Like I said earlier, as part of the IC, we have different networks at different levels. And so they're not all starting from the same place as it relates to zero trust. So because they're starting at different places, we're going to have a different path forward or a different roadmap for those different networks based on, where they are and where you need to get to. I mean, I don't think zero trust Holy Land actually exists, but we're going to get a lot better from a security perspective by working towards it. I don't think 100% zero trust is maybe not even financially responsible, right? At some point, we're going to start investing in things that don't necessarily return the security value that they should be returning, right? For the amount of money that we're putting into it. So getting each network and each IT system to where they should be from a security perspective, and not relying on that. Historically it was, hey, we got perimeters, we've got, separation between networks, and that's good enough. It's no longer good enough. It's never really been good enough. But mission was almost always prioritized over security. So it was very hard to get that money up front. So if you're going to make any real change, sometimes you need these mandates, and they need to be funded mandates so that you can kind of get tectonic shifts going and make a real difference. But anyway, baselining where you're at when you're starting is important, but then being able to demonstrate the business value through things like assessments. I think, going back and demonstrating not compliance. Okay, yeah, we've got EDR check, we've got MFA check, great. But, what does that translate to from a security perspective? So I think assessing your own environments from an adversarial perspective, pen testing, red teaming, purple teaming, and the like, and showing that you're actually delivering a more secure environment with each iteration, with each investment, I think is important in order to continue getting funding. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Eric. Sean, you can introduce yourself briefly. And
yeah, hi, everyone. My name is Sean Connolly. I work at CISA. As mentioned, I'm the TIC program manager. I've been with TIC for about 15 years now, between my time at State Department and now at CISA. Sarah Mosley, my mentor, she's here in the audience. She was a TIC program manager before me. Honestly, like I said, 15 years, you can call me a one TIC pony. It's all about architecture. We're shifting it from where it was before, the traditional castle and moat philosophy. We're moving to a more zero trust centric environment. Again, to be fair to Sarah, 8 years ago, she was preaching it's all about the data. We're finally, move internally our guidance to help agencies. So as you mentioned, the measurement. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our zero trust maturity model. We have the first one's been out there for a while. I think I've seen a couple different iterations of it discussed here. We have the second maturity model positioned to be released soon. To be honest, I thought I was going to have it for today's summit. It's not on the website yet, but it should be here in the next week or so. So just to make everyone aware, in the next week or so, we should have the second version of the maturity model out. To be fair to Dan Dister, he used to be over at OMB under the offices of Federal CISO. Last year, with the agencies, when that zero trust strategy you mentioned before, each agency was responsible We're sending in a zero trust implementation plan to OMB, our colleagues at OMB, ourselves at CISA, some other stakeholders. We reviewed each of those plans. We measured them against our maturity model. We've revised maturity model based on those discussions. But I think as even Eric was talking about, it's more about starting small. There's a discussion about grand strategy. We could talk about that, but really it's incrementally looking where you are now, understanding where you need to move to. I see Ross Ford over here, one of my colleagues from DHS. You know, Ross is a great one talking about identity, the master user record. That is all in the zero trust memo, being able to move forward in identity, where before there was a certain, adoption rate that kind of stalled with PIV and CAC cards. But with the zero trust memo, you now see this push to having agencies look at FIDO solutions. It's an alternate way to be able to move the bar forward collectively for that agency. So that's just one way of measurements. There's other measurements in the memo to look at, whether it's the FISMA moderate system, understanding how to move like maybe a FISMA moderate system that was behind or buried deep in a data center, moving that moderate system to now be on the web, to be internet accessible directly from the application. Yeah, the tech's cool. We could talk about the tech all day, but it's more about the organizational changes that have to happen. What has to happen inside those agencies? Be able to understand this is a different security model. You have to lean more into identity now. You have to lean more to the telemetry coming out of the cloud. Those type of changes are the ones we really enjoy talking to the agencies about. Those type of measurements are hard to have. Those are the ones we're looking at for zero trust to help push those agencies forward.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. And last but not least, Brian.
Yeah, so I'm Brian Dennis. I'm the principal technologist for Akamai Technologies, and my focus is really on public sector. And before coming over to Akamai, I worked in the public sector for quite some time, helping the DoD with some programs as well as Department of Labor, and then building cyber programs at universities across the country. And so I have a unique perspective on, what these organizations are going through right now. And as a private company, it's easy for us to say, we have this great approach, you need zero trust, we have it, open the checkbook. But that's not the results, and that's not the reality that we're facing. And so, excuse me, our goal today is to really listen and understand what these organizations need to make this happen, and build programs and build technology that really can fit results that they are looking at today. And so, Sean just mentioned FIDO2 technology. And so that's one of the areas that we're really focused on, is building MFAs that is a FIDO2 tech. We're also really looking at, microsegmentation as an approach to zero trust, and what we can do in our microsegmentations field today to really focus on stopping lateral movement within organizations and within networks. And so for us in the private sector, what we're trying to do is to work best with our federal partners and just listen and understand, because I worked in the public sector for so long. I know budgets are always an issue. I know staffing is always an issue, and just, having to expect results with little to no, money behind it can be a problem. And so for us in the private sector, we're really trying to, figure out what we can do to help partner with these organizations to make it work.
Thanks for that, Brian. So I wanted to sort of delve in as specifically and quickly as we can on deadlines. So I'm curious. We've been talking about the new zero trust strategy, the national OMB deadlines, of course, national security elements and deadlines for DHS. And so if a few of you could basically just paint us a portrait for where we are specifically within our schedules for zero trust. And my sense for across many agencies is that delays are expected or are already, the writing is on the wall. And so the most significant and pressing challenges that are causing delays and deadlines to be pushed back or not met. Maybe we'll start with you, Daniel.
Well, so there are a number of deadlines that we're having to respond to. The OMB memorandum on zero trust did not include the totality of all zero trust activities, as you know. But what they did is they took some of the important pieces of zero trust and they said, you should do these things first. And so obviously, our department, and I'm sure other departments, are focused on achieving the goals as outlined in OMB memorandum M2209 and working towards the achievement of, the advanced maturity level. I think, we're shooting for 2024, early 2024. But, you know, as far as other deadlines, there was the National Security Council who said, okay, you've seen the executive order, you've seen M2209, but we want you to work on these three things. And they said MFA, encryption of data in transit, encryption of data at rest. So we continue to have kind of refinements coming from all angles on what the priorities should be, which, as anyone can imagine, makes for some lively discussion on what the priority is within the department. But you know, I think that we're making good progress. I don't believe there is actually a fixed deadline for totality of trust. It's kind of, you know, if it's a journey with kind of an open end to it, because it is really so complex to implement across a department. And that's another reason, if you notice the title of the OMB memorandum was not achieving zero trust. It was moving the federal government towards zero trust. And so with that in mind, we're doing certainly as much as we can and trying to overcome the internal barriers that we have in such a kind of a diverse environment.
And so you would say we're on track, or are delays, is it delay expected in meeting the
We're
key
generally on
deadline?
track. Yes.
On track.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Eric,
Yeah,
go
so
on to your schedule.
yeah, like I said a little earlier, we're on a slightly different schedule, but we're focused on a lot of the same things. So I would say that we're on schedule with the plan that we built for our organization. You know, that plan goes over many fiscal years or a few fiscal years. You know, because a plan without a budget to actually get the work done is meaningless. So, you know, we had to take the amount of money that we've got to do this work, and we figured out how we were going to spend that in the most impactful ways. You know, and like you said earlier, you know, sometimes it's small incremental things, and, you know, it's almost like a good game of whack-a-mole, right? You don't focus on just one thing and take it all the way to the end and lose sight of the other things that might actually return a better value from a security perspective. So as you make progress against any one thing, I think it's important to kind of look around and go, okay, well, should I shift my priorities at this point? Yes, we're not there yet. We haven't done 100% of one thing. But does it make sense to shift priorities and start to focus on things that are going to make a more impactful difference with respect to our security posture? I'm not a big compliance guy as much as I am a security guy, and delivering meaningful, impactful changes that make us more secure. So we have a plan, and we're tracking to that plan.
Thanks. And are any particular delays in your schedule expected, and any one or two
Unless
great
somebody
challenges
comes and
there?
takes all my money away, I don't expect any delays.
Not expected. Thank you. Sean, let you take it away.
Yeah, I'm always careful about these questions. Dan mentioned it before a little bit, the maturity model itself, the optimal stage is pretty far out there in terms of what it means. I'll be honest with you, from CISA perspective, as agencies start to move to the advanced, we may move the goalpost with the optimal because technology is advancing. The adversary keeps adjusting what they're doing. So we need to be in a position where we keep with some of those more optimistic or far-reaching goals themselves. Outside the timelines themselves, it does generate discussions across the government. The small agencies are in a much different area than like some of the larger, the agencies are well-funded. So outside like the timelines, it just gives us opportunity to say, how can we help the smalls in ways that we haven't been able to before? Maybe it's through shared services. DOJ has a shared service that they've been promoting for some of the smalls. Can we invest in that? Can we promote that? The Tech Modernization Fund Board, I'm one of the TMF board members. We're looking at how agencies submit proposals, and they have their timelines in there. So we measure those proposals and their timelines. So there's a number of ways that the agencies are looking to move forward. For my perch, I try to keep it kind of high level because we know each agency is at a different stage.
Gotcha. And so I ask you as well, any delays expected in your timelines and schedules, and significant or great challenges that are contributing to that?
I can't talk respectfully for DHS operationally. I can't talk for CISA operationally. I think one way to look at it in the National Cybersecurity Strategy that came out last week, I think there was measurements in there in terms of 10 years of moving some of those legacy systems. I think that's more realistic. DoD, the portfolio management office that Randy Resnick runs, they have, I think, 5-year timelines. On the civilian side, it's a little different. So I think those timelines are correct in terms of getting 10 years out for some of these legacy systems to move forward.
And in short-term deadlines?
No comment.
No comment. Gotcha. And then Gary, your deadlines or challenges and successes in meeting them?
Yeah, I think we're in a good place. We're completely cloud, which is nice. So there's like less legacy to deal with of on-premise things. So I mean, there's some more to do in the cloud to harden that with the zero trust concepts. Yes. So I don't foresee any major delays in my short 4 weeks. But from what I have saw, the right pieces seem to be there, but are they using the way we need to be using them to achieve what we need to be able to achieve is a different thing. So I still have that assessment. I still have questions, regardless of documentation of 800-207 DoD strategies and things. I'm one of those people that go back, and I think Sean Fraser's here as well, and he can tell you how many years we've been talking about zero trust. Zero trust didn't come about when the memos come about, or the cybersecurity strategy come about, or when 800-207 was published. It's been around forever. And there's 5 principles. If you go back to those Forrester 5 principles, check yourself against those 5 principles. Because what really the effort for pushing zero trust forward is we've been compliant. We've been doing the compliance exercise for years in the federal government, but that does not equate to being effective, and we need to be effective. And so that's why I say, go back to understand what those 5 principles are. And if you are moving towards those 5 principles, we're becoming effective. Now, yes, there's the memo with, 22-09, which we're talking about, the strategy and things like that. Those are, as was said, are great things to push forward. But if I did everything perfectly in that memo, I still have, and that's the only thing I concentrated on, I still got a long ways to go, if that's where I started. So really understand the true basics and the principles of zero trust. Now, I'm not saying anything wrong about the documentation that's out there. It's all great documentation, but understand the 5 principles and then look at that documentation. If you're still in the learning phase, you got a lot of catching up to do, and you are behind. But as far as my organization, I think we're on a good path. I think there's a little bit of education to be had that I might have to introduce, like inventorying our data. Do we understand our data flows? Because I need to know, do we know what our baseline is? Because if I don't know what the baseline is, how do I know when something isn't normal and I need to take that action? Do I have the telemetry? The stovepipes of excellence. Am I integrating the data I need to make the decisions? So those are the types of things that I think I'm going to be looking at next. But I think pieces are there. It's just a matter of configuring those pieces to do what we needed to do, and the policies, principles, and methodology and threat risks that we want to be able to have those thresholds and take action are the biggest piece. It's not just the technology. And I think that was said, but there's a lot more to it than just putting in technology.
Understood. Just to circle back, the external deadlines we've been talking about, OMB and others, and internal, no delays are expected.
As far as I know, no, but I'm still new.
Fair enough. So I wanted to delve in a little bit, that we've talked about deadlines, we've talked about budgets and how critical they are, to how some of you would describe the state of our resources, funds and manpower particularly, and the disbursement of them when it comes to cybersecurity and zero trust initiatives within your agencies or companies. We know Congress, of course, has appropriated tens of billions for this critical issue for tech and national security reasons. But our reporting and others have shown that there's a sense of some agencies, CISA amongst others, that there's been a lag or perhaps growing pains between funds being given and having a clear vision and transparent budget to actually implement some of these key initiatives that we all agree on and are nonpartisan. And there are some gaps there. And so I'm curious if you could describe that, how we are doing in that process of taking funds that have been appropriated and putting them into manpower and key initiatives and maybe challenges with that. We'll start with you, Eric.
It's a great question. So, I mean, everything, I'd say as far as challenges are concerned, as it relates to budget, I mean, continuing resolutions are always a problem. They make it extremely difficult to get the job done. A lot of times, you know, if you're relying on new money to come, you're not going to get it until you get a new budget. It's not going to come through a CR. So it slows you down. It kind of puts a big crimp in your plans if you had planned on a whole fiscal year to get certain things done and you know, you don't get your money until halfway through. So it makes execution very challenging. I think, you know, talking about the people part of this, I think, you know, that's always a big challenge for the government is, you know, getting the right people to help you, you know, execute on all of these things. You need people with, you know, project management experience, but you need real cyber experts that are sometimes really hard to come by in the government when you're not competing or not able to compete with private industry and the pay and the compensation that they're, you know, that they're delivering in private industry. So, you know, in the past, we've pretty much just relied on finding people who have a desire to really serve the government, a desire to serve people, a desire to make a difference. And, you know, and a lot of times I've bounced around the IC a little bit, and I can tell you there's some fantastic missions out there that, you know, you're just proud to support. And that's great. And that will bring some folks through the door, but it's not going to bring everyone you need through the door. So thankfully at DHS, we have now the cyber talent management system that for the components that are on that system now, they're able to offer way more competitive salaries for cyber jobs. And so very important, and it's really helping, I think, move the ball. With an INA, we have what's called cyber pay. It's a little different than CTMS. It's not something you get the day you walk in, but it is something that you could get after your first year, assuming that you perform at a certain level. So we're able to, you know, compensate people at a higher rate through that cyber pay, which is fantastic. But, you know, then investing in your people once you've got them is also important. You know, and there's a lot of new and evolving technology, obviously, right? The threats evolve, and we need our staff to stay abreast of those things and upskill them to the largest degree we can. Of course, when you upskill, you run the risk of eventually getting to a place where the compensation no longer matches the value that they bring to the organization. You run the risk of losing them, but, you know, investing in them is very important. So we do, we make that a priority to invest in our folks so that we are, you know, to the largest degree we can, keeping up with technology as it advances.
You know, and I'd like to take a stab at this too. And so
Yeah,
on the
please
private
go ahead.
sector side, you know, we look at staffing and we have issues in the private sector as well. But coming from education, the area that I was in before, you know, I know today we're sitting at like 755,000 open jobs in cybersecurity across the country. And so there's a lot that's having to be done. You know, we're doing a lot more with less talent. And so what we're really looking at is what can the private sector do to build opportunities and to build technology that really can help organizations do as much as they can with as few people as possible. And so when we're looking at how we can help these organizations, that's again what it comes down to: listening and understanding and making sure that we are building tech that is appropriate for what these organizations need to find that zero trust path.
Yeah, and if you just wanted to maybe shed a little bit more light on, you know, I know you know, you work with like 15 different agencies on how you see their implementation of resources in terms of funds and manpower and challenges there, and specifically in terms of, you know, vision and clarity that we were discussing before.
Yeah, and so we, you know, we're working with federal agencies and cabinet divisions all over, and every single one has different plans and different pathways. You know, they all have this concept of this is zero trust and this is where we want to be, but they're all at different points and different, you know, different steps along the path. And for us, it's just really understanding, you know, what their budget looks like and how we can best make the use of the tech that we've got available to make it, to get it into their hands as quickly as possible. And at the same time, to get that training they need to make sure that they're up and running as quickly as possible so they can move along and get to what other areas that are focused on, you know, down the road. in 6 months to a year.
Makes sense. Daniel, would you like to?
Sure. At the State Department, we've taken an open field approach when it comes to funding resources for Zero Trust. We take direct appropriations. We've reallocated funds internally within the department because leadership realized that Zero Trust was important. We are considering things like the Technology Modernization Fund, the TMF, as another approach, another vehicle to get funding. We also obviously leverage shared services from CISA and GSA where they're appropriate. So, it's like there's no one approach for resources. But what's important to consider is that the one resource you can't ask for more of is time, right? That's the one thing no one says, oh, just how much more time do you need? Well, let's just put that in the budget. No one likes to hear you need more time because it doesn't fit in a spreadsheet. But when you think about it, if you say, let's just throw more manpower at a task. Well, if you're changing a tire on a car, 20 people will not change that tire any faster than one person, right? So you can only throw so many things at a particular task to get it done any faster. And so time is the one thing, the one resource we can't get more of, and we can't just throw bodies at certain problems because instead of a car, okay, it's a computer. How many people can you have working on that computer doing that thing all at the same time? You can't. So we have to consider that there's this other element, this resource, and I've never seen a resource request, filled out, say, okay, just tell us how much more time you're going to need. It's very difficult to do that, especially with this complex situation that involves so many technicians on so many devices all around the world. And by the way, the mission is still ongoing, right? There's no stop there. And I just have to say one thing, though, that the concept of Zero Trust makes sense to cyber nerds. We get it. It's great. But in the world of foreign diplomacy, we tell our foreign partners, we're implementing Zero Trust. Guess what? Zero Trust and diplomacy don't go together. So great concept on the term, but it doesn't sell quite as well in the State Department.
Understood. Thank you. And then Sean, just wanted to give you a chance to weigh in particularly on challenges in taking funds and resources, which CISA has been given a fair amount of in the past couple of years and executing
I'll
it.
say a little bit on the sidelines, the budget for CISA. To complement OMB, going back to the implementation plans last year, the plans that the agencies submitted, our adjudication of them, work on those agencies. The next step was the agencies then to somehow integrate those plans into their budget request with OMB. So we've seen how these incremental steps have influenced those budget discussions with the White House, with Congress. And then to be fair, there's a lot of ways to help agencies that aren't in the budget themselves. We're approach at CISA. We've recently started to roll out a type of Zero Trust training program for agencies. I think the first cohort had about 10 agencies in there. Agencies are able to have a Zero Trust certification at the end of it. Those people in there, I think we're in the second cohort right now. We're somewhere maybe 15 or 20 agencies, and we're kind of expand out this proof of concept. But there's different ways to augment besides just the budget. Of course, OMB has United States Digital Services. They have ability for some of the best of brightest of the technologists to be integrated into those agencies' ways. There's the United States Digital Core out of GSA. We mentioned the tools and the way we can augment or help the agencies more from a tool perspective. But there's a number of ways to help the agencies besides the budget, which is extremely important, but we recognize there's got to be other tools, I think back what Dan was saying, to help the agencies move forward.
Gotcha. And then, I know CISA has just provided its budget briefing to Congress. I think it's a little over a year and a half late, but it has finally occurred. I just wanted to sort of give you a chance to respond. We had a big story, a scoop just a few weeks ago about CISA, and it's some of the issues or challenges with vision and executing a budget from up top. And so just wanted to give you a chance to respond. We spoke to a lot of government contractors, them not understanding what CISA actually needs day to day, despite resources and funding being there. So just wanted to give you a chance.
That's just not my hat. I'm sorry. I'm more a consulting role across the whole federal government. I help the agencies themselves move from our perch forward, but it's not as much where I'm supporting like the CISA mission independently that we are across all the 100+ agencies.
But was there anything from our reporting that rung true or that you wanted to push back against?
No, I didn't read it. Sorry.
We'll have to forward over after this. And then, you know, another area that I think especially our audience here is interested in on the private sector is if there's any new or upcoming agency contracts that any of you would like to highlight, or, you know, interesting, noteworthy private sector relationships that have been fruitful or stressful. We'll start with Brian.
Yeah, we're always looking as a private company, we're always looking at what's the next opportunity that's out there and how can we really, you know, be the best fit for that. We're not just going to throw everything and anything at every organization out there. We want to make sure that this is the right technology and this is the right time and it's the right organization. You know, but we're definitely looking down the pipe that there's some opportunities popping up. We know that IIJA money came out for the states, and then that state and local side. But so we'll start seeing a lot of cybersecurity opportunity funding on the state, local, and education side in the next couple of years. And then always we're just keeping an eye out what's happening federally. And, you know, if we see something where we know that this would be a perfect fit for Akamai, the platform that we've developed, that's what we're really focused on, is getting that right technology to the right people at the right time.
Thanks, Brian. Eric, any new or upcoming contracts or private sector relationships?
It's really hard for me to comment on contracts, but you know, they're all published, the ones that are out there and being competed currently. But obviously, you know, as we pursue zero trust, we're going to rely very heavily on support from contractors to make that happen. And so where we don't currently have the work under contract, we'll obviously pursue, you know, those contracts. But, you know, like I said, it'll unfold as our plan continues to unfold. And we look forward to a healthy relationship with our contractor partners.
Any particular contracts that are sort of at the forefront right now or doing major lifting?
No.
No. And then on your end, Gary, I know you're fresh jumping into these deep waters.
I was gonna have to say the same thing. I mean, you kind of get in a you know, you can only talk so much about contracts because it's procurement sensitive.
There's acquisition sensitivities that limit what can be said.
So we're very cagey when that kind of question comes up.
Hey, maybe it's a good time to break for lunch. We're running a little late anyway.
And then I had sort of a fun one as we're starting to wrap up is I'm curious, you know, we've had folks at Department of Energy, National Science Foundation start to talk about ChatGPT and its use within their cybersecurity systems. And so I'm curious if any of you have looked into ChatGPT in terms of coding or customer service or chatbots with contractors or internally its use and potential upsides.
And Nahal, we're running way late now. We probably just maybe take this offline if you don't mind.
Okay.
So if we can, thank you for doing this. This has been fantastic.
Thank you for sharing.
I was sitting next to my colleague and his stomach started rumbling. So I figured we have to break for lunch. Thank you for that. That was fantastic. We have a little bit more than an hour. We're running a little bit late, but we're okay. We haven't run out of food. All the checks are cleared. So you don't have to rush up there like, you know, it's the Oklahoma land rush. The food will be up there. Continue to, we had a lot of good discussions with our partners here. Let's continue that. And we'll let you know when we're ready to go. So I think it was a good morning. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Thank you. So our keynote speaker this afternoon, we have Colonel Gary Kite, who's Deputy Director of Zero Trust Portfolio Management Office at the Office for the Department of Defense, it's Chief Information Officer at the Cybersecurity Directorate. Of course, it's right up there. Colonel Kite, it's your duty to launch this afternoon for us.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, an honor to be here, to be in a room full of people who are spending the better part of every day trying to come up with practical solutions to defend our national security. And I thank you for that. Where you spend the better part of each day says a lot about what you prioritize in life and what you care about. And we're all the same because we're all trying to defend our country and our way of life that we love from our adversaries that are seeking every day, even now while we're having lunch, seeking to overcome us. They must not prevail. Well, in the realm of cybersecurity, we have been around long, and we've recognized that perimeter defenses, no matter how big and how great and glorious we build them, inevitably fail. And our failure has been that we go back to this same methodology of trying to pursue bigger and better firewalls and better perimeter security, expecting a different result. The reason why is because the economic losses and the intellectual property losses, it's just the cost of doing business. We'll just move on. But what happens when all of this turns out to simply be a bellwether for greater losses, tragic losses ahead, losses that involve the loss of men and women in uniform and our way of life? That's no longer acceptable. It must not stand. We need to move away from a perimeter-centric view, a network-centric view of cybersecurity, and advance to a zero trust strategy where we're actually protecting what matters. The data. It's about the data. Protecting the data that keeps our men and women in uniform safe and keeps them agile so that we can win our wars, defend our nation. Next slide. I want to spend a few minutes, since this is ATARC, and I want to share some big ideas. This is where big ideas are shared, as well as a terrific lunch. Thank you, by the way. So let's share some big ideas. I want to share some big ideas that the DoD's Zero Trust Portfolio Management Office has put together. And the takeaway from this slide is at the very bottom. And that is, this is a technology-centric kind of problem, but the solution is not inherently technology. The solution is going to be cultural. It's more than just the 7 pillars, even in their aggregate. It's the culture of integrating policy and doctrine and human relationships towards a common goal, and that is protecting our data. It's an integration, not just of the technology, but of the people and the policies and the doctrine that defend them. The Zero Trust Portfolio Management Office was designed with that in mind. So we are synchronizing across the department the various zero trust efforts and endeavors. We work with the J6 and ANS and a number of other entities to synchronize all of our efforts across the domain with this purpose of stopping adversarial lateral movement on our networks by the end of FY27. Next slide. Actually, next slide. That was the slide I thought we were looking at right there. Okay, so it's all about connecting dots. This room, there's a lot of dot connectors. All of you are connecting dots. Even right now, you're connecting dots. Well, that's what we're trying to do with the Portfolio Management Office, connecting the dots between strategic guidance, the actual threat, and a methodology that helps us connect ends, ways, and means to achieve a strategic outcome. This is not just a science project. We're not just intellectually curious about cybersecurity. What we're trying to do is stop the blasted Chinese communists from undermining our way of life and hurting our men and women in uniform so that we can defend our nation. How do we do that? By keeping them from moving laterally freely on our network with our data. So we don't assume that we're keeping them out. We assume that the adversary is on our network. So our goal is to stop their lateral movement. You see on the far right what I'll show you in just a moment. Next slide. as we look at integrating this as a whole. So we need to think of zero trust, big idea, in both macro and micro levels. At the macro level, you see these pillars. Thank you, Mr. Kindervag. Excellent pillars he's given us. At the macro level, we're talking 7 pillars. We're not looking at any of these pillars individually, but as a whole. The point of all these pillars is not to stand on their own, but to stand supporting something together. We are looking at each of these pillars through the grid of the rest of the pillars. Next slide. And not just at a macro level, looking at the pillars, but at a micro level, looking at what's within each pillar. And we've identified that each of these pillars are internally constructed in a way of predecessor and successor relationships, where you don't just automatically have a full scale spectrum pillar. They're built internally in a way that is logical, and the methodology that we use to identify that also helped us see how the pillars are actually connected to each other. So each pillar internally constructed on a predecessor successor model actually sets conditions for the other pillars to stand. In other words, it's all integrated, or it's irrelevant. Any zero trust solution that isn't shooting across all 7 pillars is not achieving a zero trust outcome, which means it's not zero trust. If it's not achieving a zero trust outcome, it's not zero trust. It still might be great. It might be terrific. The chicken might be delicious chicken, but it's not steak. The chicken was delicious, by the way. I'm not complaining that we didn't have steak. I'm just making a distinction that even if it is delicious chicken, it's not steak. And whatever we've been used to calling zero trust for many years now, if it doesn't stop the blasted adversary from moving on our network, it's not zero trust. So what's the department's contribution to this whole fight? Because it was, zero trust has been around for a long time. We didn't invent zero trust. The department didn't come up with another pillar, but what we did do is define zero trust, as far as we know, for the first time ever at the activity level. So we've actually, next slide, defined zero trust at the activity level, where we identified 45 capabilities you see here and 152 activities that we understood holistically make up the definition at the activity level of what zero trust is. So in other words, it's not just better cybersecurity, and it's not any one or two of the pillars standing alone. It's all of the pillars working in their aggregate to achieve an effect. And that effect, again, is stopping adversarial lateral movement, which on this slide you see depicted where that blue line is. Next slide. This is not meant to read. You don't need to squint. This is meant to see and to show that the integration of each of these pillars in their entirety, in their holistic, in their aggregate, that's what it helps us achieve zero trust. You need each of these pillars and 91 specific activities out of 152 to achieve this blue line. This is our hypothesis. This is what we're testing even now and in the next few months into the summer. The point of this slide is not to read it. There's other ways to read this data. It's to understand more holistically what we're saying zero trust is. It's not just any individual pillar. It's not a bunch of disparate cybersecurity principles. It's the aggregate of these working in unison towards an actual outcome, and that is stopping the adversary from moving undetected laterally on our network with our precious data. That's where the blue line is. Next. Okay, so this is meant to show you the connection between the technology, what you see there depicted in the pillars, and the cultural enablers that make the technology work. I think that given enough time and a good calculator and a help from a friend, we can all work out the technology part that zero trust requires. I'm not saying it's easy, so please don't hear me say that. It's not easy, but it is pretty simple. It's hard, but it's at least simple. What's not so simple are all of the relationships that go in to agreeing on policy, and the doctrine and the training and all that other stuff that if you don't have, then the technology is all for naught. A lot of you have spent a lot of time, both in uniform and now out of uniform. Thank you for your service. Or your families have spent time in the military and you grew up in this. You've seen what it looks like on the front line, why interoperability is so important. If your weapon systems do not interoperate, they are worthless. If our culture is not interoperable, then we as a community are worthless. If our doctrines and our policies and our training, if our leadership, if they are not interoperating, then all of this technology is just a big piece of metal. It doesn't shoot around down range to hit a target. It's just a blunt object. I'm speaking metaphorically now about our culture. We have to look at zero trust with a bigger view of actually achieving a specific outcome. It's not a checklist of things we're trying to achieve. We're trying to defend our data, not the network. We're trying to achieve the aggregate effect of what this data protects, our people. We need the technology in place, and you are doing gangbusters work coming up with the technology, but it's not going to work on its own. What we have to have is an integrated approach of training and doctrine and policies that can put it all together to make it achieve its desired aim, stopping the adversary from lateral movement on our networks against our data. Next slide. I think, this slide depicts the entire center of gravity for our strategy, and there's not a single pillar on there. It's about the relationships we have with one another. And I'll even say, as much as we compete and earnestly strive to find some competitive advantage over one another, the real enemy are the blasted Chinese communists that right now are seeking our demise. It's those who would try to overthrow our way of life, to kill our men and women in uniform, and to defeat our country. That's the enemy. So as much as we compete against each other, that ought to be a way to refine our ideas so that we can actually defend something we actually love, and that's our country. This right here is the center of gravity of it all. It's working together and integrating our policies and our doctrines, our leadership and our training together. Next slide. These are the big lessons learned that we've had a chance to learn over the last, say, month and or just a year and a half. And that is, we have to design a dedicated ZT implementation mechanism around an organizational focus. The DoD didn't just, well, let me say, when the president gave his executive order 14028, the DoD oriented on that problem set and say, okay, first we're going to define what zero trust is. The president said, go do it. That's great. But what is it? What are we supposed to do? We define zero trust. You have to have an organizational focus. Our immediate organizational focus was to define the problem. And after we define zero trust at the activity level, creating a strategy so that we can incrementally achieve its success. Lesson 2, we need the direction that defines outcomes. Zero trust is not an exercise in and of itself. That has a purpose. The purpose is stopping adversarial lateral movement. If you can't clearly define what you're doing, then you'll never know why it's important. We got to know what we're doing it for. Number 3, the governance piece of this, I'll tell you, it's been the most difficult part about my job the last year and a half. Who the heck is in charge? I don't know. They are. Who makes the decision? I don't know. But it's not me, it's not you. So just wait a little bit. It's very, very complicated. It's very difficult. That's not a pillar. But that problem right there can make all the pillars not work. And then number 4, an adaptive strategy needs to have people in mind. If we are not working together, integrating, for example, if DoD and DHS, if the FedCiv and the USIC are not working together to achieve an ultimate architecture that achieves zero trust, then all we're going to have is a bunch of bifurcated great ideas that don't actually work. And it's worthless. The goal in all of this is defending our national security, defending the men and women in uniform who are defending our way of life. The better part of each of your days are spent on coming up with technologies and methods to employ zero trust. You're doing this for the people you leave at home. That's why I'm doing this too. The goal of all of us should be to achieve zero trust. So we stop adversarial lateral movement on our networks and defend our data, because that data is what defends our way of life. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Colonel Kite. And in military efficiency, he finished with like 2 seconds left. So that's fantastic. It's timing. Thank you. I know you got to run. Okay, can I call my next panel up? I feel like that I have the pleasure of moderating this panel. It almost feels like I'm getting the Zero Trust Avengers coming together. So. My good friend Jason Miller from Fed News Network, he always says, don't go through like long bios, just use the Google machine and you can look all these folks up later. But I want to leave a little time for questions. So at the end, I'm probably not going to ask too many questions. I'm going to leave that up to you. So get your thinking cap. But what I'm going to have is each of the panelists give me about 5 good minutes of what they're doing regarding, we're talking about identity management, remote work, that kind of thing. So we'll have each of the panelists go. And I'm going to start off right away with Melinda.
All right.
Welcome. See, no pressure on it. It's your first ATARC event, I think, and we're just going to just put you right on the spot right away.
All right.
Forgot about you, Sean.
Always forget about me. All right, scoot down, please. And thank you. Got it?
Hello, nice to see you.
See you again. How are you?
Good. All right, so just a 5-minute description of where we are. Okay, sure. Yeah, I appreciate what Colonel Kite said earlier in terms of the cultural transformation. I think that actually is the biggest pillar or obstacle, however way you want to describe it. I think the technology is certainly interesting and the right thing for us to do overall, always to verify, never trust. But ultimately, it is about looking at what do you have in place today, where are your gaps, and what do you need to do to close those gaps. At least at the Department of Justice, we have 43 at any given moment, plus or minus a handful component offices, over 160,000 users, certainly not as big as DoD, but we have a whole variety of mission offices. We do the full life cycle law enforcement, from investigation to prosecution, prison, incarceration to parole. So very different operational requirements, but ultimately the need is to have some form of standardized approach in tackling the zero trust problem. For us, it really starts with making sure that we do have the foundational elements in place, which we do. The reality is we at Justice have been addressing zero trust well before the term has been coined. And it's about knowing who is accessing your information resources and what devices they're using. It's the basic tenets of cybersecurity, the who and the what. And really at this point, it is taking it to the next level beyond just authenticating into a network, for example, but really digging down into exactly who is trying to access the information resources, starting from the identity proofing all the way to the subsequent authentication, to the posture of the asset being used to access the information resource. So what I mean by that is, what is the security posture of that particular endpoint, that laptop? Is it properly configured? Does it have all the patching requirements? And then also being able to identify that it's actually Melinda accessing that information resource and not be reliant on an IP address or the actual asset tag number of that particular machine. It is the combination of all those factors. And then being able to bring all that together to a much more granular level so that every authentication, so that each time the information resource is accessed, we are going to essentially recheck your credentials. I could be good 1 minute and I could be bad the next minute. So there's a lot of puts and take that's at work, but ultimately it is about that cultural transformation, communicating with your stakeholders, identifying who they are first, communicate with them. And then also back to sort of for me, a foundational principle, which is identifying what the problem is, right? The problem you can say is cybersecurity, it's the adversary, it's huge, but within your environment, within your infrastructure, know what you have, know what you don't have, and start with what do you need to close that gap. So that's sort of my opening comment.
That was fantastic. I've definitely set the stage. Let's go with Andre next.
Very good. Well, at the Department of Commerce historically, we have operated in a very siloed manner across the 13 bureaus, that comprise us. And so with our implementation of zero trust architecture, we have what I think is a unique opportunity to change that paradigm, to all of a sudden start working in unison, creating potentially a one technology stack rather than 13 or 14 or 15 or 16 different technology stacks that occur with both our bureaus and our organizational units, and that create an enormous amount of variability and make serviceability of that environment very, very difficult. You're always looking for the lowest common denominator. You can never build economies of scale from a purchasing standpoint. You can't build economies of scale from a training and resourcing standpoint. You can't leverage assets across bureaus when the need strikes. And so what we've decided to do is to create an environment where we bring all of the best experts at Commerce into working groups for particular disciplines within the zero trust pillars, and go through exercises of architectural design and even moving into the acquisition decisions. And so that has been so far very, very successful. We have gotten a lot of buy-in in terms of the CIOs at the different bureaus that have always operated independently. And if you know anything about fiefdoms and organizations that operate independently, it's very hard to bring them together. Fortunately, we have a lot of good people like Param here, who are coming to the table and basically saying, we want to play ball. We want to have an environment that is absolutely excellent, that is shared, and that together moves us into a much safer direction. I don't want to take too much time, but I think that the culture issue that the Colonel talked about is just so unbelievably important. Because even as we have the opportunity to do things almost from the ground up, we are running into technologies that are 3 decades, 4 decades, 5 decades old, and that require a complete rethink, both on the leadership of those bureaus, but also at the operational level, the individuals that have become the supreme masters of these applications and these environments, and that now are in the process of basically negotiating away the systems that they've developed and nurtured for so long, and that do a fantastic job of carrying out our mission. So culture-wise, that is one heck of a challenge.
Great. Let's go with Wayne next.
Right. So my name is Wayne Rogers. I started at the Department of Education back in May of last year. So prior to May, the Department of Education was actually the first awardee of technology modernization funds. So really, I was coming in and executing the plan that was laid out. So gap analysis, has been performed probably by a majority of departments, if not all agencies in the federal government. And the gap analysis that we had really led to the fact that we already had an ICAM, we already had identity as a foundation, right? We were going through a recompete at the time, not getting too much into that. But we also had a data lake, right? We had a SIM tool. But what we really lacked was something where remote users can actually log into it. We all talk about how ever since the pandemic started, that the remote workforce and cloud applications really changed the path in which we should be thinking, about cybersecurity, right? And that's where zero trust comes into play. So the biggest gap that we had was not having what we identified was a secure access service edge solution, right? So it goes back to deperimeterizing, right? Taking away the perimeter expands pretty much everywhere at this point. And with that, again, I came in May, executed some acquisitions, right? So that way we could obtain a SASE solution. What we also lacked, which I think many places lack, is some form of automation. So we really needed a security orchestration automation response capability as well to couple our data lake and help automate functions across all pillars. So within a few months of me coming into the department as the Zero Trust lead, we ended up awarding those contracts. I actually established 10 working groups, and I always say I hate having meetings for the sake of having meetings, but these meetings were actually paramount and crucial in terms of leading to the successes that we've had just in the recent months. So it's been said by multiple folks, and I fully agree. The weakest link really with Zero Trust is if you don't have the users on board, if you're not establishing relationships. So communication is key. So out of the SASE and SOAR solutions that we needed, we also established a Zero Trust program management office that I'm the lead of in the Department of Ed. That PMO, again, led those 10 working groups. We have been leading 10 working groups since about the October timeframe. I have seen more, I should say, a rapid adoption of the capabilities that I just mentioned. We became ATO. We had an ATO right before the Christmas holiday, and we deployed a SASE solution between December and February of this year. So within 3 months, we are a small cabinet level department with only about 6,000 or so users. So that did make this quite a bit faster. We were able to move in an agile fashion. But again, making and forming those relationships has been paramount. Without forming those relationships, government has a lot of red tape, right? We wouldn't have been able to get through that red tape. And again, I would say those working groups were key. With that said, we have a long way to go, right? So that was the result of our gap analysis. We've already implemented SASE. We have adopted or created a couple of playbooks for SOAR. Now, simultaneously, we also have, again, our new ICAM contract on board. We are modernizing our identity capabilities right now and making sure that everyone is adopting strong phishing-resistant MFA, right, multi-factor authentication. And out of that strong MFA, we serve, even though we only have 6,000 employees and contractors, we serve over 100 million folks, right? 100 million people in the United States and around the world, really, for those that, want a stronger, a higher education, right? So whether it's students, parents, teachers, principals, you name it, right? We're protecting tons of PII. So, that strong MFA is paramount to make sure that all of that data is protected. And we're continuing my Zero Trust PMO. We are strategizing on what's next, right? Whether we are taking, new OMB memorandums, new guidance released by CISA, making sure that TIC 3.0, which is more than just Zero Trust, which is funny because Zero Trust is huge, but TIC 3.0, you could say is even bigger coming out of CISA, making sure the Department of Education matures in all aspects of TIC and Zero Trust.
Thank you for that. And I will note, I'm not a customer anymore. My daughter's graduating, so I filled out my last FAFSA form.
Awesome.
Next, we'll go with Ross. And I'll tell you something about Ross. You can Google him, but is it public yet that you're the official chair of our? Yeah. So it's not yet? Okay, never mind. I almost broke news. I should. Never mind. Go ahead, Ross.
Well,
Continue on.
really
Then I didn't say
appreciate
that.
ATARC, and this is a great crowd, and it shows so much leadership, Tom, you've given to the entire tech community in DC, and it's just really appreciated. I appreciate have customers. These are all my customers on the panel and a partner, right? So CISA, my role at CISA is I'm the ICAM SME for a program called CDM. I'm also on the Architecture and Engineering Center of Excellence, where I contribute not only my expertise around ICAM, but also cryptography and around Zero Trust in the domains that I understand. And CISA is a unique agency in that we service all of the federal civilian agencies, the CFO Act agencies, and about 100 non-CFO Act agencies that are customers of ours, and we try to help them get cybersecurity capabilities, help them implement those cybersecurity capabilities, and we have some of the best in the federal government here today, and I'm really proud of that. And I'll just say, we do that with the vendors, right? So we could not do any of this without capable vendors in the marketplace. And I'm so happy we have Sean here today because he's been a really big advocate. One of the first advocates I met in this town around Zero Trust, as my colleague Sean Connolly said earlier, was Sean Fraser. And without thought leadership in the community, in the industry, in vendors, we couldn't achieve what we're trying to do because we rely on the industry to give us the products that we can implement these capabilities through. Our job, as the Colonel just said, is to make sure that we find ways to organize, deliver, explain, and manage those capabilities into production systems. And remember, we're here to do one thing, to protect the data, to maintain our way of life. And this is really a true capability that we can all deliver now if we get work together. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next panelist represents the components of all these big agencies. Param, thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Tom. I think as Melinda mentioned, for BEA, I'm at Bureau of Economic Analysis. So we run the GDP, personal income data, and you can imagine how important that is. So it's a business decision for us. That's number one. As someone mentioned, we are doing zero trust in multiple ways, but what it does is just bring around a structure around it, with all the 5 pillars, see where we are in the maturity aspect. At the department level, they've done a great job on setting up a working group, which, my CISO is part of the working group. And we all come together, discuss what the challenges are and where we are and where we can improve. It also puts a process around it. Whether it's the identity, whether it's the application, data, network, kind of where we are in the maturity model and where we want to go. As you know, the challenge with zero trust is it's not something one-time solution, right? We kind of do one, second, third, some in parallel, some one after the other. So it's hard to come up with an overall solution. But with the working group, which we have at the department and the folks coming together, like in my bureau, we have a meeting every 2 weeks where we have the CISO, the CTO, the application development lead, and the other, the security person. They all come together to see what are we doing for all those pillars, where we are. Because it affects everyone from application development to network to security. And so that has been I think a great thing. CISA keeps her more than busy. I think every week or every twice a week, we get something from CISA that, so on one hand, but on the positive note, I think by helping us with the guidelines and the tools, it's, helping us move a little faster. So.
I got a little anecdote about Sean. So I've known Sean at least 10 years. One of the many anecdotes I could go on all day, but you're always looking for a good slot to put your working group. And if you do it on Monday, most agencies have their team meetings. We have, Wednesday during lunch isn't a good time. So I'm always defaulting to 9 o'clock Friday. And that's a bad, you usually don't have anything on your calendar. The good news is you don't have anything on your calendar at 9 o'clock on Friday. So that's bad enough. Just imagine you have a meeting every Friday morning at 9 o'clock. Well, Sean lives on the West Coast. I forgot to consult him on that. So he was getting up at 6 a.m. every Friday morning. He was getting up at 6 a.m. every Friday morning to join our mobile group. Sometimes he missed it. I wouldn't say it was perfect attendance.
I missed it a lot, unfortunately, but yeah, that's
looking forward to your comments.
It's great to be here. And actually I feel like this is kind of coming home, talking about zero trust with all my great friends and partners. It's been a long journey. We've been doing this about 7 or 8 years now. And I remember when we first started this, it was a handful of folks in a cramped conference room with stale donuts and cold coffee. And now look at us. But to me, it's fortified by the fact that, Wayne's got a zero trust PMO. I mean, that's amazing. The Colonel talked about, he's got zero trust in his title. I mean, come on, look at how far we've come in the last 7 or 8 years around zero trust. And it really is kind of the common belief that cybersecurity is DNA. It's part of what we do. And in the 25 years I've been doing cyber, even before they called it cyber, this is the first time we've had this level of collaboration. It's the first time the technology's kind of met the moment. And as Ms. Rogers pointed out, it's not a technology problem. This is a culture problem. We have culture problems in 2 dimensions. We got users we got to deal with, and their culture is always shifting and changing. And we've also got our own internal culture. We call it tech debt. We call it people, resources, whatever that is. And zero trust is kind of forcing us to take a look at all these things and bringing all these things together, which is why it's important that all the guidance that CISA does and puts out and all the guidance that the White House does and puts out, they're all kind of meshing together and providing the same type of guidance. So I'm just thrilled to the fact that, you know, it's taken us about 8 years or maybe 20 years, depending on when you started. But we're on our way. But as my friends here point out, it's a journey that's never done. So you guys ever seen The Never Ending Story? Remember that terrible movie from the 80s? So my kids love that movie, and my grandkids came to my house over the summer and watched that movie, and they hated that movie because it's not nearly up to snuff on CGI and all the fun things that they want. But Zero Trust is a never-ending story. It's something that you build into your DNA. It's why you got to have a you got to have a PMO, you got to have a group of folks who are doing this stuff, and it's always with you. So again, security first, security is DNA. We're almost there.
So my first question, and probably my last question before I turn it over to you all, so don't let me down on the questions. What are some of the biggest challenges you've had in your organization implementing identity management and Zero Trust? And we'll start off with you, Melinda, sorry.
That's all right. I go by Melissa. You just didn't know. Melanie, Melody, all of that. Gosh, where do we begin? I mentioned the cultural challenges on the front end, but also I would say the integration of solutions. There are plenty of solutions out in the marketplace, and I don't envy the vendors. You guys are all trying to differentiate yourself to selling in your efforts to sell to the federal government. And on my side, what I see is essentially a bevy of solutions. How do I really figure out whether this particular product is better than the next? So it's being able to sift through the huge variety of possibilities and figure out what is it that we need for my agency and which parts of that agency as well. So what I would encourage the vendor community to do is try to get to know your customers, know their architecture, find out as much as possible as part of that discovery and that relationship building process, know what their environment looks like, what they have, what they don't have. And that goes back to sort of how defining that problem and figuring out how to solve for it. So I would say that's been our biggest challenge in terms of figuring out what's out there, what do we need, and what actually performs to what's being sold versus what's being sold and not quite up to performance.
And if I can follow up with you, I think you have 46 or 47 components. How do you bring them along with you?
Yeah, it's definitely a coalition of the willing, and it's about coming together. Actually, at DOJ, we have a CIO council meeting every first Tuesday of every month, and we come together and we talk about a variety of topics, whether it's requirements that we need to implement, or really just information sharing on how one component might be doing something better than the other, or that they may be pursuing an alternative that somebody else might want to look at. So it is really about bringing the community together. But I want to, Tom, just add to, it's not just about the OCIO bringing the components in, but I have an obligation to understand those offices, their missions, and their challenges. So if I can get with them at a human level, we should, that's ultimately the objective. We need to understand what each other's needs and benefits are so that ultimately we can figure out a way to work together.
I think that's a great point, and I've been doing this long enough on everything. And if you don't do that, it's not going to work in your organization. Andre?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to point out something. Sean mentioned that it's a journey and it's part of our DNA. Just, for the record, I think that the end of the journey is DNA. If you know what I mean, your own individual DNA, but that's just an aside. Melinda mentioned, making sure that you are looking at your bureaus, your organizational units, and that it's not a one-way conversation, it's a two-way conversation. And that is absolutely just on the money. At Commerce, we have bureaus that are almost entirely, paper-based, right? In terms of, and by that, I mean people that are in offices and that generate data and that do analysis, right? I think BEA is a good example of that. There's not field components, so to speak, in large numbers, maybe some data gathering. And then we have something like NOAA, where their breadth of operations from an IT standpoint goes all the way from their headquarters in Silver Spring to a satellite that's operating at literally millions of miles away from Earth, and that's collecting solar weather, right, in order for us to be able to analyze, solar emissions and all of that. So that's a different equation. Then we have something like the census, where, once every 10 years, despite all of the surveys that they do on a regular basis, once every 10 years, they have to enumerate everybody in this country, right? And historically, that has been a process that brings to the table over 500,000 people collecting data in the field, right? And so those are different scenarios altogether. When it comes to, the identity management, I think that the biggest difficulty that we've had, and we're overcoming it. Actually, we selected a tool, and that recommendation was given to me two days ago. One of you will be very happy. The other one's not so much. I'm terribly sorry, but we got to make choices. The reality is that before we made that tool, and before we implement it, we have 7 or 8 or 9 different identity management environments. And that's for the bureaus that are really advanced and already have that in place. And for the others, it's a mishmash of, put together applications and Active Directory and this and that. And so the biggest challenge is to convince everybody that when we make a decision to go in one direction, that it really makes sense for everybody to come on board, to a certain degree for people to unlearn what they knew about the environment and their particular application, right? And also the fact that you have to give up something, right? There will be a scenario where from an EDR standpoint, we will pick a solution that will make 6 of our bureaus very happy and the rest relatively unhappy. From an ICAM standpoint, we picked a solution that will make 3 or 4 bureaus very, very happy, and the other ones very, very unhappy because they will have to move away from it, right? But that is part of the give and take that comes from creating an overall architecture that we all can live together. And so abandoning that status quo, abandoning what you know, embracing the fact that all of the solutions out there are all very, very capable, right? But that you have to create an environment where one of them is going to come to the surface in order to generate all the economies of scale that I talked about, is the biggest challenge. Because, people like what they do. And effectively, I mean, this is a decades-long story. When you're moving away from a legacy environment, even if it's a modern legacy environment, effectively what we're asking everybody to do who are experts in that environment is that overnight becoming neophytes in the new environment and take away some of the personality that they developed as individuals, all of the self-esteem that comes from being an expert on this particular application. And now you have to be a neophyte here. You're no longer the person that people go to for answers about how to do this or that. Well, over time, you will become so. But that loss is almost like the loss of a pet. I tell you, with some of the legacy applications that we've seen, or even a loved one, it is a grieving process that people go through and that we have to guide them through with care, with honesty, but also with a consensus-driven understanding that we are getting to a common place and that we'll all have to make sacrifices along the way.
I think that happens when you consolidate on tools, and it doesn't have to be cybersecurity. It could be an AI, it could be in anything. So I think that applies across the board. Hear a timer going off. Hopefully it's not me. I haven't even asked one question yet. So I hope I good. Next, let's go with you, Wayne. And you kind of offer a different perspective. You just launched Thunderdome at DISA, helped launch that, and now you're over at a different agency. Is it the same at both? Do they compare and contrast a little bit? What you can offer a little perspective there?
I would say a massive difference, right? And there's different challenges in both ways, right? So, Melinda mentioned how DOJ has different components, and DOD and DISA in its own right are massive, right? They are absolutely ginormous, and meeting requirements across the board from all the services is extremely difficult, right? Whereas at the Department of Education, again, I admitted earlier, we are a very small cabinet level agency. We were able to maneuver pretty quickly because of it. But with that, there are still other, I'm gonna say issues, but pretty much challenges that we've had to work through, right? At the Department of Education, I would say, even though we don't have the same level of services or the same level of components, I remember on one of the other panels, I forgot who said it earlier, someone brought up funding, right? So we have TMF funds. We executed them very fast. We were able to deploy, as I said, multiple solutions in the last several months. However, with that, what's out years look like, right? We're able to, maintain, I've been able to make sure that we're going to maintain those capabilities, but some of those capabilities are going to be more so fit for internal systems, right? What about external systems, external facing systems? Every agency has them, But again, the Department of Education with 100 million customers that aren't a part of the department, of course, we have a whole other type of challenge that is how do we protect, their data, their PII, and making sure that they're connecting to the external facing systems securely, right? So with that, the capabilities we launched are only going to help so much, right? And that's where identity, that's where it comes back to identity. We have, of course, a funded ICANN program. I mentioned funding. However, for identity, it's also working with those other system owners to make sure that they become compliant. And this goes back to the relationship building. So making it a priority for them, right? Just because a memorandum went out that tells them they need to do it, they still need to work with you and do it, right? So we were able to streamline multiple capabilities. I think handling those external facing systems, making sure that the public information is still secure is really a whole other topic, if that makes sense.
So I'm going to follow up with that. So you get $10 million, right? You guys got 10 million.
20 million.
20 million.
Yep.
So that's year one. What happens year two? How can you front load that? What's your strategy for front loading as much as you can in the beginning? So you're not stuck with 20 million every year, right? That's obviously what, how do you manage that one?
So the good thing is through that 20 million, right? TMF is multi-year money, right? So through aggressive, negotiations and making sure that we got the biggest bang for our buck, there was some, money that was left over without getting too specific as far as, all right, we're going to be able to use this in the next year. Before I came on board, again, I started last May, executed the plan. We had our IT funding request for out years. We have money for funding these capabilities, right? TMF though is going to be very specific in your proposal, what you are supposed to be funding with that money. So at this point, there's still other pillars that we're talking about here, right? So yeah, that money, we have more coming in this year out of that 20 million. We didn't get 20 million up front. It was actually divided by 15 and 5, right? So that's how it was transferred. That's public, information. So with that said, again, we had some money left over. We were able to repurpose it to extend the life, of SASE and SOAR. We're good on those in the out years. At that point, it's how can we make sure that I went to identity. Let me talk about data, right? How can we make sure that our data lake is sufficient enough to handle all those logs from all the systems, right? That could be another problem that we're looking at. And, we're trying to modernize our data lake as well because of that.
Fantastic. That's good color there. And we're trying to do an event with Raylene Young at Technology Modernization Fund. I think it's good to highlight some of these projects and help lead the way for other people that are applying for similar type endeavors. Next, we'll go with Ross. And I know you're not talking, we might have covered this. I know you're not talking about internal CISA. You're talking about around the federal government. What are some of the challenges you've seen? I'm sure you've seen a variety.
So I do want to say that at CISA, we're fortunate ourselves, and we're building our own infrastructure. We've been lucky to be part of DHS for a long time, which is a really terrific agency. I used to be on the ICANN program there. It's a really great agency, but CISA is 3 years old, a little over 3 years old, and we're building our own infrastructure. And we're fortunate to build it in as much of a greenfield as possible for us, and that's really great. Still using some services from DHS. That's actually not my biggest challenge. My biggest challenge is working with the diversity of agencies we work with, from the largest there are, the most complex there are, down to very small agencies which just have handfuls of people doing IT, right? And trying to meet them where they need to be and help them meet their ICAM needs. For the smallest agencies, we actually haven't even been able to do that now. It hasn't been part of the modernization program that CISA is trying to help agencies do, but we plan on doing that in the future. And do it appropriately, right? There's diversity in not only the size of agencies and their capabilities, there's diversity in agencies' leadership. Some agencies have very good vision in their leadership, and all these agencies here prove that. Not every agency was at the same point when they started. I will say that there's a focusing function that the White House 14028 memo gave them, that they're all developing that same focus for where we're going. And that is a really good thing that helps kind of remove some of the diversity in that. The other diversity that's really hard to deal with is the fact that the hybrid environment is where we're living in, right? That the legacy capabilities on premise, which were built strongly on this perimeter-based security, and the cloud systems that are building not based on that same model are really difficult for agencies to operate in. I'll say that CISA tries to help agencies with that. Last week, CISA released a document. It's called the SCUBA document on hybrid identity management solution architecture, and everybody should take a look at that. My colleague Grant Dasher is the lead author of that, and he's terrific. He's worked both in the federal government and in industry, and it's really well done. It'll help you understand, what you're dealing with in the legacy environment, how MFA is, what you can do there, and then finally, how you need to move to the cloud using MFA and other modern capabilities. And it's just a terrific document. So that'll help me in my mission as I work with agencies, having that document as a reference.
And Maddie in the back, we're going to let's release that document if we can distribute it. And by the way, we're going to distribute every slide possible that we're allowed to. So I know people took pictures, but hopefully we can send those slides out depending on the speaker. Next, we'll go with Parham.
Thank you. So I think your question was, what is the number one challenge in identity? And we all have done Active Directory, we're going to an ICAM solution, once the department move on. We also have, we implemented MFA. But for us, I would say privilege access is number one. Ultimately, all this supports a business. For business, for me, for us is GDP. We have to produce GDP on time. How that process is, we collect the data, we process the data, build the GDP, we give industry tools and options. They can look at data and slice and dices to report however we want to do it. So there are many people, many access who use that data. How we protect that data, who has what privilege, who has what role to access the data is kind of the biggest challenge for us. And we kind of working on that. That's why it's so important that, because the data and the application is key. As I think the Colonel said, network is there to protect us, but data and application need to protect, and that's how we are working together to make sure we meet that expectation.
Great, fantastic. Sean, I know you see things across government. I'm almost a little, what do you see across industry too? And that you've seen?
Is this thing on? I can tell you as a little 7,000 person company, we're not immune to this either. I see a lot of things. How much time do we have to talk about challenges, right? I mean, they're all challenges. I think one of the biggest challenges is specifically around cyber and identity is just fatigue. It's just the fatigue of all the stuff that's layered on. What do we do as a business? I mean, for us, it's different. We are identity as a business, so it's great. But if I'm as Rogers, I'm not an identity provider as a business. I'm not an IT organization. I do other things. So if I have $1 to spend, how much of that dollar am I spending on this versus my core competent business? So that's a big challenge. I think the other thing we talked about is the culture aspect of it. Is we're kind of at this inflection point with identity where, ICAM and HSPD 12 and all these things have been around for many, many years. And now we're seeing identity change in the public world quite significantly with FIDO. And we talked about, I think someone talked about FIDO too earlier. So user experiences are so much more enhanced and also more secure in your personal life than in some cases they are in your business life. So the challenge is, how do I mesh those two things? How do I give my users great experiences also with the best level of security, which is always that balancing act. So I see that as a challenge as well. And just the culture of shifting that mindset. And even with people who I kind of talk to all the time, who are kind of visionary thinkers, and they've been thinking, with the future, all the change, we still always go back to FIPS 201. We still always go back to HSPD 12 and think, okay, well, this is the law of the land. And that's great. That's the law of the land. But I'm here to tell you, we got to bust that up. It's time to move on to modern stuff because the whole rest of the world is moving on to modern stuff. So let's bring that to government too.
I'm already in the hole on time. I just found out and I'm running this thing. So we're going to have to kind of close it up already. That went by too quick. So just maybe some final comments, couple one line things, maybe Melinda, start off with you.
Sure. It's a journey, right? Everybody said that it's a journey. It truly is a journey. We didn't start this yesterday. We didn't just wake up at one moment and say, aha, there's this thing called zero trust. How do we all jump on the bandwagon? We've been doing various elements of it over time, but it's about how do we refine what we have and continue to evolve and do better.
Thank you. And next, Wayne.
Literally stole the word journey, but everyone says it right. So as far as, exactly. As far as that goes, achieving optimal, maturity, right? Achieving the most advanced maturity you possibly can. It's going to take years for probably every single agency and department. I know DoD has, pretty much a 5-year plan going out to 27. Even a small cabinet level department like us, while education has, exceeded very well in the last several months in deploying new capabilities, we have a long way to go, right? We have a long way to go to actually reach optimal maturity. And thankfully, I have a PMO to support us in getting us there. And pretty much, I mentioned TIC 3.0 earlier, pretty much in hitting, every single requirement that we possibly can hit, when it comes to that and zero trust.
Sean?
Oh, mine's simple. Change is constant. Embrace the change.
That's good. Ross?
Occasionally I have someone that is they have a big plan, but they don't know what to do next. And I usually tell them, I say, look at an application that's important to you, maybe not your most important application, because you're going to learn, map the data flows into the application, and then where that data is shared with other applications. Look for the protect surfaces that you just discovered when you did that mapping. That is going to tell you what to do next.
I would say support the mission. Data is the key. So provide access, whoever needs access. So as you say, no, don't trust anyone. Trust what they want to do and just understand that part. That is the key to this.
Okay, and I'm going to give Andre the last word.
So for the longest time, cybersecurity experts have been, annoyances to a lot of people, right? Password requirements, 14 characters, multiple, you can't have repeats, constant. I think that over the last 3, 4, 5 years, they have become the heralded heroes of the information technology transformation of any country, of any culture. Just as the enemies never sleep, so must we never relent in our endeavor to protect our systems. I think the Colonel was absolutely right. The role that we are playing in the cybersecurity arena as we modernize and digitize the entire economy is effectively to preserve our way of life, to preserve our values, and to fight valiantly against the people that would love to destroy us. And so I'm all in on that message.
Great. Well, thank you, panel. That was fantastic. Yeah, thank you. All right. Next, we've got a Jim Coyle with Lookout. Come on up. Thank you. Awesome. Fantastic. Yeah. I think your timing is good. I don't know if your tech talk was going to actually go with all this work we're doing on the Hill today. I probably couldn't have worked out any better. Thank you. Look forward to your talk.
All right. So appreciate getting the time here. I'm going to talk a little fast because we're a little stretched for time. If somebody can hit the next slide for me. So, and one more, please. So, in case you've never seen these rules, these are the Moscow rules. These rules came at a time where we needed a paradigm shift in how we did intelligence collection. Now, I grew up a little differently. We had a whole lot of house rules. These were actually embedded as a part of the rules growing up. So zero trust for me has basically been instilled in me since young age. And what's really kind of interesting about the Moscow rules is this really did revolutionize how we did intelligence. In fact, it spanned globally through word of mouth. If you can hit the next slide, please. So what's kind of interesting is there was an article hit Bloomberg about last year about this time frame. And what was really kind of interesting is that there is this belief that red lines are really difficult to understand. What I mean by that is, how far is too far from a cyber perspective? Where do we draw the line? So until politics kind of shake that out, right? We've got some groups who are defending forward, while the rest of us really need to kind of hold the line. Next slide, please. So, zero trust is kind of that rebirth. It's the paradigm shift that we've needed to where we can take, a lot of the lessons that we learned from Moscow rules, and we can now start to apply from a cyber perspective. And really, we need to modernize how we do IT security. And as you just heard, there's change. It's always happening. So we need to stay on top of being innovative. We need to be able to have, an understanding of when point products fail, or when you have these solutions with varying different levels of efficacy, how do you still, at the end of the day, protect what matters most? And to the Colonel's point, whether it's mission data, whether it's individuals, whether it's PII or human-based data, these are things that we need to protect, right? Now, my previous life, I've been doing this for 20 years. One of the problems that we have always seen is every single breach that occurs, one thing remains a constant. Data is being stolen. And that's one thing that we need to start really kind of focusing on. Next slide, please. And so, how do we take, whether it's taking a look at the 7 pillars, the 5 pillars, taking a look at all the various different technical components that go into zero trust, how do we take that and make it simple? Next slide, please. So this is kind of where we're coming to the table. We're being innovative. We're coming with 3 massive challenges that I hear from our customers every single day. And that's really kind of centered around, again, data security. How do I ensure that the data that you all have or that I have remains in the hands of the organization? And especially when you start bringing on things like BYOD, when you start talking about email, when you start talking about adversaries getting into the networks, which it's going to happen, how do I ensure that the data remains within the organization? So the 3 things I want to talk about, and these are the 3 challenges that I'm constantly hearing. First is data encryption. How are we ensuring that when the data leaves the environment, and whether it's accidental by employees, whether that's intentional exfiltration of data by adversaries, maybe it's from a trusted partner or a mission partner, how do I make sure that that data is encrypted? And that's one of the core capabilities that I think we need to start putting into the environments today. The other piece is making sure that we have secure collaboration. Whether it's through trusted vendors, whether it's those mission partners, whether it's stateside, whether it's, OCONUS, downrange somewhere, ensuring that you've got a way to collaborate and get the information to the right people in a form and in a fashion where they're able to get the necessary information. And maybe it needs to be masked. Maybe it needs to be hidden. Maybe parts of it need to be encrypted just because of either location, maybe it's device posture, whatever that dynamic capability is, being able to share sensitive data in a way that fits mission is something that needs to also be taken a look at. And then, of course, the last piece here that I just want to talk about is, what about all the private applications that are out there? Now, in my previous lives, I've worked with a lot of GOTS products, meaning these are things that we had to create because of mission in order to do a job. And today, it's very difficult to get, capabilities delivered to those products. So what's the plan on being able to ensure, data security for those particular data sets? And so this is where we're bringing to the table capabilities that can be done with a single policy, with a single interface. Now, we're also talking about bringing visibility, monitoring, we're talking about DLP, data protection, but also providing access that's seamless to the end user as well. Now, being able to do this, now we're talking about being able to consolidate a lot of various different security tools. We're talking about being able to really give you the freedom of control around the data that is sensitive, that you need to protect from the adversaries. Now, it could be, again, whether that's protecting from accidental exfiltration, or it could be intentional exfiltration. Our job, and my job, is to ensure that, once again, that this maintains the data that you're maintaining stays within your organization. And if it has to leave, great, we'll encrypt it. And if it has to be shared among, whether it's through mission partners, whether it's through trusted vendors, whatever that case is, it's doing so in a secure fashion. And then the last piece I just want to talk about is being able to enable hybrid cloud computing. We talked about a little bit about innovation and being able to bring new innovative technology into the hands of government. while keeping, whether it's from a mobile device, whether it's, you know, any user, it doesn't matter location, whether it's cloud infrastructure from within a data center, whatever the case is, we're bringing capabilities to where we can handle that data security within a single policy engine that makes it easy for you to be able to manage that data. And with that, I believe I've only got a couple seconds left, so I'll give you all some time back into your day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. Do you think that the data aspect is one of the pillars? It seems almost like kind of underreported. You know, data people aren't naturally security people. Is there something around the culture that makes it, we don't talk about it probably as much as the other pillars?
I think that there's both a culture issue, right, with figuring out who owns the data, how do the applications operate, even from a data and a network perspective, where does the data come, where does it go, who's got access to it? And it's difficult to really get your hands around and understand how to access and who's accessing it. But, you know, again, when you have these innovative technologies that you know, industry is bringing to the table, that gets to be a lot easier. Being able to monitor, being able to understand who's accessing the data, where does that sensitive data live, even things like data tagging. Everybody's having a problem with data tagging right now. You know, for us, that's pretty simple to do. Once we get our hands on the data, we can figure it out. We can help you organize it and figure out who's got access.
Well, thank you. That's great. Next, we have our last tech talk of the day. No pressure or anything. We've got Scott Ormiston, a federal solutions architect at SYNAC, and I didn't bring my glasses. Hopefully I didn't mess that up too much.
No, you're
Good.
good.
Thank you.
So go ahead and go to the first slide. Oh, next slide. So I'm going to start out just a little story we probably all know well, the sinking of the unsinkable ship. So when I think about zero trust, I think about it as trying to address this myriad of range of problems. You know, the Titanic didn't just sink because it hit an iceberg. Why did it hit an iceberg? You know, it was traveling in the wrong sea lanes at the wrong time of the year. It was going too fast. There was human error involved. You know, the executive officer on the ship, when they said there's an iceberg ahead, he threw the ship into reverse and backed up, trying to slow down, meanwhile taking away the steerage of the ship. You take all of that kind of and lay the groundwork for it. Go ahead and hit the next. And then you take the construction of the ship. The ship was built with all of these separate compartments, but these compartments were all designed under the precept that no more than 4 compartments would be lose integrity at the same time. What happened when it hit the iceberg? 5 compartments got cut. That caused the ship to tilt forward into the water. So now you had this compartmentalization, which was designed to protect the ship, but what it did is it allowed water to slowly flow from one compartment into the next, slowly dragging the ship further and further down into the water. So as we talk about the 4th pillar of cybersecurity, next slide. What are we talking about? We're talking about those compartments. We're talking about those applications that make up our systems, that make up the mission capability of our organizations. And we talk about, you know, what is the goal of zero trust when it comes here? And it is that these applications have to be able to stand alone, that they need to be able to protect themselves. They need to be able to protect the data. I think, you know, several folks have talked about the data. You know, we just talked about the data right before this. The data to me is the foundation of zero trust more than it is any of the pillars. It's really the basis of everything else is who gets access, who needs access, what data do we need to protect, what level do we need to protect, and how do I determine what limited funds I'm going to apply to what data to protect it. So you talk about that from a compliance standpoint. You know, zero trust says you must have application testing. You must have a program for looking at your applications and ensuring your applications are secure and can stand alone. And you must have third-party verification of that program. But going beyond that, other compliance that really ties in tightly is, you know, the BOD 2201, BOD 2001, your vulnerability disclosure program, your known exploitable vulnerabilities, your FISMA compliance, if you're a defense industrial base, your CMMC, NIST compliance, all of these things tie into creating secure applications, because without secure applications, you cannot make sure you have secure data. Next slide. So where does SYNAC fall into this? Very simply, SYNAC helps you take this compliance list of compliance requirements and take it beyond just meeting the compliance requirements. By providing a strategic security platform for testing applications, we provide you the ability to take and pull together the analytics from across your applications to identify systematic problems within your application development and helping you to identify where you can go. How do we do this? We do this by combining our platform, our technology, and we combine that together with over 1,500 highly vetted, cream of the crop security researchers from around the globe. And we bring them together to provide all kinds of security testing, whether that's penetration testing, continuous testing, zero-day CVE identification and validation, vulnerability scanner validation. Are these vulnerabilities that my scanner returns something that I need to look at and worry about? Are they exploitable? Is this something that an adversary can use against my network? All of this comes together when you bring it together into a single platform. Next, please. So some of the highlights of our platform, we're FedRAMP moderate in process. We've been working in over 23 federal agencies today. A typical penetration test, unlike a traditional red team model where you have a couple people show up with a laptop for 2 weeks, they run a test, and 2 months later you get a report. We average over 50 researchers on a test. And we're able to deploy tests within 72 hours. And the real key to this, and what this brings together, the platform with the people, is the ability to do testing at scale. So now you're not just able to look at your most critical, there's a lot of focus on looking at your high value assets, but you have to be able to test your high value assets every 2 weeks if it's under agile development. Every time code releases, that can be, if you have 200 systems under your control, you have to be able to test that. Every quarter, maybe you need to run a test on all 200. That's a large number of tests. And so what the SYNAC platform provides to you is the ability to do that, as proven by the fact that we ran over 52,000 security tests in 2022. And really the key of that is great, you ran all these tests, what value did you bring? Well, we identified over 15,000 exploitable vulnerabilities to our clients. Next slide. And there's the end of what I wanted to share with you today. Really, the end, though, is if you take the idea of the Titanic, if they would have taken the time to test and do more modeling and say, what will happen if I have 5 compartments flood? Oh, wait, the water's going to flow over. Maybe I should redesign this a little bit. So taking a look at your security early on in the development process is really the key to security.
So we do a lot of DevOps, DevSecOps. Every time I'm on one of those, I ask the developers, what's your zero trust strategy for development? They typically come back, what's zero trust again? So you're addressing a market that is not quite as familiar with it. What are some of our challenges there with the education?
So I think if you look at within zero trust, why is application security testing a part of zero trust? And the answer to that is as I think the Colonel said, the adversary is going to get into the network. We have to make that assumption. So if I'm depending on the firewall, or I'm depending on a security device, or I'm depending on access controls to keep the adversary out, is my security of my application, I'm already failed because the adversary has already made it past those points. And our testers have proven that over and over again within federal agencies.
Thank you. So I'm a big football fan, and Elisa started with her football analogies on like the first panel. We're a fourth quarter team here at ATARC. I think this last panel is going to be outstanding, and it's going to be a good way to end the program. I can't believe we're right at the end, but we're going to have Justin Doubleday, a reporter from Fed News Network. Hey, Justin. I know you guys are real busy today reporting everything. Yes. Yep. Yes. Federal News Network. You can
I don't know how long it's going to be. They got AM, they got FM, I think you get more of your stuff online. I've got the app. I follow you through Twitter.
Awesome.
So big proponent. Thank you.
You're probably half our readership. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let the panel get settled here. I know we only have about half an hour or so to play with. I'll try to leave some time for questions at the end. But yeah, thank you, Tom, and the ATARC team for having me moderate. My name is Justin Doubleday. I'm a reporter with Federal News Network. We have a really good panel here. The abstract for this panel kind of started out thinking about how zero trust enables things like telework. And we were thinking maybe we'd broaden that out a little bit given the kind of mission-focused organizations that we have here at the table. And so we're kind of thinking about how zero trust enables the mission in different ways and where these agencies and vendors are at and sort of doing that. So I'll do some introductions and then we'll get right into the questions. To my left, we've got Jonathan White. He's Zero Trust Lead for Cloud and Data Branch Chief at the U.S. Coast Guard. We have Dr. Amy Hamilton, Senior Cybersecurity Advisor for Policy and Programs in the Office of Cybersecurity and CISO in the Office of the Chief Information Officer at the Department of Energy. We've got Don Coulter. He's Senior Science Advisor for Cybersecurity in the Office of Science and Engineering at the S&T Directorate at DHS. And Peter Romness, Cybersecurity Principal and CISO Advisors for Cisco. And yeah, we'll just start out with kind of a question to Jonathan here. If you could get us started, where are you at in your zero trust architecture journey? How is it changing things for your workforce and how they carry out the mission?
Yeah, so I'd like to start out by saying the Coast Guard's in a very interesting position when it comes to zero trust. So not many people know, but we operate on the DoD network. So we operate by all DoD security standards. However, we are part of the Department of Homeland Security. So there's a bit of a forcing function there from both agencies to get us into a zero trust model from different perspectives, right? So there's the CISA model and then of course the DoD strategy. So we're aligned with the DoD strategy. Where we are today, we have basically moved our entire workforce into a DoD 365 environment, which brought a lot of zero trust capability to the force almost immediately. Our next wave right now is what I'm leading, which is our build out of our 2 cloud environments and building a hybrid cloud and moving and modernizing our applications into that cloud environment. And we're going to take this opportunity to do zero trust from the start. And we're going to build everything with that model and that mindset in play. And the last piece that we're currently working on is, of course, our identity infrastructure, which has grown over time. And we'd like to turn that into a designed structure and put some fidelity on that.
Got it. Thank you. Amy, from the DOE perspective.
So what's interesting now is I actually detailed over to DOD, the National Defense University. So I kind of want to hit a little bit of kind of a couple different aspects on this, which first of all, I think for all of the agencies, one of the things that Melinda Rogers hit on very important is we have brownfield environments. We are not greenfield environments, right? Like we have a lot of things that were existing. It's not like we weren't doing cybersecurity before or some of these different principles. And one of the things that's super important on this is the integration. The next round of ATARC labs that we're going to have for the Zero Trust Laboratories, we're really hitting hard on the integration point. So for those who attended the first series of ATARC labs, we focused on, different vendors coming forward, talking about their capabilities. But now we're looking at multiple vendors coming together and saying, okay, we have these environments. How can you help us taking advantage of what we already have and maybe just 1 or 2 kind of new solutions coming in? So that's really, I think, where most of the agencies are. We're someplace along the journey. And what we're really looking for is those industry, public-private partnerships that we have and do so well to come together.
Thank you. Don, I mean, at S&T, I guess you're more forward-looking. What are you seeing in terms of the future of cybersecurity and how that marries up with this zero trust push?
Thank you. That's a good question. So I think where we're at, we're looking at different cross organizational technological boundaries. We're looking at the interplays between our traditional IT infrastructure and our operational technologies that are across different critical infrastructure sectors. So a lot of the things that we're looking at from a zero trust model and perspective is how do we continue to federate identity across all these different platforms and systems that have varying levels of compute resource. How do we continue to verify and the trust in the authenticator systems, especially as data continues to travel and traverse throughout the networks and across different systems? And how do we trust the trust authenticator? How are we using more formal proofs to really prove that the system is doing what it's supposed to be doing, when it's supposed to be doing, and that's it. So those are some of the key areas that we're looking towards from a zero trust research perspective.
Got it. And then Peter, you have the opportunity to look across all the agencies and see where things are at. So what are you noticing as far as trends and what's going on right now?
So the biggest thing I'm seeing is that, and we've heard this theme a couple times today, is that zero trust as a concept has taken off. It's become a reason for modernization. It's got policy behind it that is helping to drive the awareness throughout government. And we're seeing various degrees of agencies picking up on that. Some agencies are just finally getting their MFA straight. Some have a fairly well segmented, fairly well controlled environment with, digital network access and things like that all straightened out. And so there's various places. I know that, internally within our organization, my life's gotten a whole lot easier because we've implemented zero trust, and I can get to places and to apps from places that I never could before. I'm starting to see new apps being developed to take advantage of it. So I'm pretty darn happy. Sean Fraser was talking earlier about we've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this a long time, and it's fun to see something to come to fruition.
Got it. Yeah, and the strategies are out from both the DoD and the civilian side with OMB's strategy. One thing we wanted to touch on was how zero trust impacts the future of skills and training for the cyber workforce. Amy, if I could toss that one to you first, how do you see that developing?
So I think it's not just the cyber workforce, but I think it's the entire workforce. And I'm even gonna go 1,000 steps lower than that. I think we have to start at kindergarten. Honestly, we're giving our kids these phones, yet we're not in any way teaching them at all how to be safe. And if you're going to start giving them the technology, one of the things that's really exciting is some of the institutions are looking now at should coding be a language, just like a foreign language skill. And I think really educating the workforce young so that as they're matriculating and they do go to university, they already have the fundamental skills that they need. And we're not having to go to the CEO, to the COO, where they have zero knowledge of cyber. And that's everyone's talking about the cultural impact. So I think it really has to start in the earliest levels of education. And then right now, one of the things that I've been doing with the National Defense University is teaching people at that mid-career level, right? And it's how do we take those mid-career people and make sure that they're fundamentally embracing this? And so in the program, we'll have fighter pilots, we have people from DHS there, we have people from the Coast Guard there. It is really phenomenal to kind of see people who don't come from an IT security background at all and have to learn these skills. And they're learning them, as adults. And it's so much harder to learn as adults. So I think it's fundamental that we start rethinking cyber education at all levels, and not just don't go to bad places. But one of my friends had a daughter, and he said, hey, you know what? I'm going to lock down your phone, but you have unlimited access into Khan Academy, right? So what did she do? She decided to build her own game, and she learned to code herself because she didn't have any games on her phone. So, let's let these kids be creative. And when you say, think outside the box, he put her in that box and she got back out.
Yeah, that's a great example. Jonathan, with the changes that you're trying to institute at the Coast Guard, any observations on how the workforce is dealing with that and what you're doing to address that?
Yeah, we're going to become really honest in this panel. So the challenge is the entire organization is built around defense in depth. And we're literally exploding that concept, right? So we have a lot of folks who are comfortable with the fact that they have a firewall and they have a F5 reverse proxy and they have a couple ways to ingress into the network and a VPN. We're cool, right? But we're trying to come in and say, no, we're actually going to rip away all those things and we're going to put identity on a pillar, associated attributes on that identity, and that's going to dictate what you have access to. And I think that's just a really hard concept for people to feel comfortable with, right? Because it feels like you're tearing down security, but you're actually adding security because you're no longer saying, once I'm in, I got unfettered access, right? You're saying, I'm never in until I authenticate appropriately and I have the access credentials associated. So that's the biggest hurdle that I see as far as training and skill sets are concerned. And so part of my journey is working across every single pillar in our organization, organizational pillars, right? And educating them on the new world order and how we're going to do business.
I had a friend who was one of these change consultants, and he used to always say that the hard stuff is easy and the soft stuff is hard.
Don?
I think as we look at generating workforce, and I think about like education, especially from K through 12 through college, we think through all the STEM courses that we have. A lot of times we teach the technology courses as just like straightforward, you put the code in and it does it. I think we've got to continue to integrate that adversarial mindset into these engineering classes, these programming classes, computer science classes, so that people are thinking about not only what they're developing, but what could go wrong with what they're developing from day one when we're starting to learning how to code and how to put systems together. So I think it's very hard because our curriculum really is saturated right now, but at the same time, we've got to infuse more of that security mindset, not only those classes, but all classes, because part of, even though as we're trying to make our technical workforce more intelligent, we're also still going to have to continue to protect the broader workforce from themselves and try to move more of the security into the background so that we reduce the risk from unintentional insider threats.
Sure. I think we've seen CISA come out with a really strong push this year for secure by design and not putting everything on the end users or administrators.
Exactly.
As well. Any other major obstacles or challenges that this panel sees to zero trust adoption? We're kind of in this middling point, right, where OMB has set a target date, I think, of the end of fiscal 2024. That's coming up fast. DoD wants to get to its many different pillars of zero trust by 2027. As we're in the middle of this thrust, what are the major obstacles beyond what you've already laid out? What do you see coming down the pipeline that you're going to have to address?
I'd like to address the issue, and I know people have probably heard me talk about this before, but cyber physical systems, OT, et cetera. I mean, so many times we're still focused on the IT side. Vendor solutions are still focused on the IT side, and it is very, very difficult. Earlier, we had Commerce talk about, satellites. I was talking to someone from NASA, like when you're trying to control things in space, it's hard. The electric grid, nuclear systems, I don't want people to lose sleep at night. That's my part of the job, right? But on the other hand, those are very, very important things. And until we really get a better understanding of zero trust into the operational technology area, we're going to continue to struggle. And so I think it's something that cannot be emphasized enough. And I see my counterpart over here in the Coast Guard shaking his head.
Well, it's also really common when people think zero trust, they think a user and their laptop or their iPhone or their terminal, and they don't think about it. That's one of the things I really loved about the pillars, either from the NIST 800-207 with their pillars or with the CISA pillars, where it's not just the users, it's the devices, all of the devices in the network. It's the network itself, it's the whole environment, it's your applications and data. And the way I look at that is that they're all assets. And they're all assets that need to be protected. And you probably need a little bit of different technology for each of them. But we're lost if that technology doesn't talk to each other. And that's, I guess, sort of my main point is automation is important. With all of these access decisions where you need to check the posture of every connection and check the person or device and make sure they're valid and all of those checks that go on. And then you say, okay, what's my risk-based policy to get to this asset and check it for every connection and to continue checking? You can't do that with access control list. You have to have an automated process. You have to be able to see what's going on in your environment and be able to react to it.
I'm going to double down on what Amy said. So, you know, there's a concept in the military, DDIL, right? Denied, disconnected, intermittent, latent connections, which defines basically your tactical edge. I think that the DoD has really kind of pushed it over to tactical edge as their definition there. You got to take your ICAM with you, right? You got to take your policy with you, because once you get cut off, guess what? The fundamental problem with zero trust is that you need to verify things all the time. And if you can't do that, then you're locked out, right? You're zero access at that point. So how do you push all that down and make that available to a denied environment? Because there's another problem there, right? How long is it okay for you to be denied until you don't trust what you've taken with you anymore, right? Because maybe I revoked that person's access, right? So there's a problem there. It's an existing problem, but I think it becomes exponentially harder in a zero trust. The other thing I wanted to really focus on is policy. You know, we have a huge energy around zero trust, and the policy has changed zero. We're still in a world where we're focusing on defense in depth. We're still in an exception-based world, at least for us with the DoD CIO and other offices, because the rules haven't changed to be zero trust rules. And what's happening is, as I'm seeing, you know, we had the flank speed individual up here. They've submitted waivers, right? And so all these components are submitting waivers for various aspects of this. And I think that's causing general chaos in the IT world, right? We got to fix the policy at the top, align it with the strategy, and then let us move, right? Let us execute. So right now there's a mismatch there, and I'm hoping that gets cleared up pretty soon.
What can you be a little more specific just on the policies that you see needing changing?
So the good example was the use of FIDO as an authentication method, right? That's not approved. There's another, oh man, you got me on the spot here.
It's okay. We can circle back if you want.
It'll come to me in a second.
Sure.
I just think there's a good point for agencies though, in general. I know for DOE, we're rewriting our major policy for our department right now. And it's, 2 years after the executive order was released, right? So it just takes, that long time for the tail to catch up. And so we've definitely seen the same thing. And, I think that goes into how do you create more agile policies so that we're not spending 2 years like rewriting a document. How are we writing documents? We're catching the, fundamental principles, but then you have like annexes or something that's, much more quickly being able to be changed or influenced.
Jonathan.
Yeah, the one example I had was endpoint security, right? There's there's rigid requirements right now for endpoint security and DoD. So if you want to use something else, you're out of bounds, right? So that's
probably because we're writing our policies similar to the mindset of that defense in depth in particular. Like we had zero trust policies that were focused on to protect surfaces and the things that we actually need to control and protect, and then build out our security for those. We probably have more flexible and agile policy as well.
It's a good reminder, I guess, that strategy does not equal policy. And you really have to go by policies. The 2024 budget request was just released. I'm wondering, how is Zero Trust driving budgeting and resources? Where are the resources for Zero Trust in your respective organizations? If you can give us any insights there.
I'll go first.
Thanks for taking that one.
So we're actually pretty well resourced from the zero trust aspect. And what I'm seeing happening is, as we move more into the zero trust world, we actually save money in other domains, right? So we're not spending a lot on edge security all over the place. We can centralize that. We can leverage the ubiquity of the cloud edge to bring people in and then authenticate them, right? And so what I think, if you move fast down this world, you can actually use your existing funding. Maybe you need a little seed to get you going, right? And then as you clean up things, you end up realizing a savings. because you're not paying for 1,000 firewalls around your network anymore, right? For example. The other thing that we're saving on right now that we're moving to is we have a lot of stations out there, little like, it's about 5 people associated with there. We bring our network to that station. That costs a lot of money, right? I want to just give them internet access. And that's what we're doing right now, just straight up internet access. So you go from $600 a month to $30 a month times however many stations you have. So that's a huge shift as well. So as you start recovering those costs, you can apply them elsewhere to your enterprise. Gotcha.
I think that brings up a great point, though, that the original premise of this panel that we completely derailed, and I'm sure Tom was over there shaking his head, is, it's about telework, right? Yeah. And I mean, in telework, that's essentially what we did. We said everybody's home network is now the work network. And so now you're taking the same, premise to, to the stations, which is great. And so, I do think there has to be that mind shift of recognizing right now, anybody who's been accessing this network, right? And, you've been using that potentially for your work devices. And so we've just extended the network to wherever you happen to be at that moment and wherever you happen to be accessing it, which means you really need to move to those zero trust principles. And so, how do you look at those cost savings instead of having to, make sure you provide that very secure network that may be thousands of dollars, and look at those other principles and then garner that cost savings. So I think a really great point to telework is important, and we should continue it as a tool. There, before that in time.
And we're seeing customers that are far down the road with zero trust, and implementing some of this modernization along with it, are saving between 30 and 70% on their both operating and equipment costs. So, and the job of the network defender is a lot better job. It's a lot less tedious. So there's, a lot of benefits that go along with it. And I would say that zero trust has helped people get over the hump to really start doing modernization.
Bring that to your CFO office, right? And that's a number, yeah. Don.
Yeah, I think from R&D perspective, our kind of funding has been somewhat steady over the last decade or so. So we're happy with where we're at. We'd always use more, but I think we're continuing to align with the national cyber strategy that also was just released, working across agencies to identify how can we, solve. We're solving very similar problems, the same problems. How can we strategically sometimes work on the same challenge from different angles to reduce risk, but also how can we collaborate across the board and kind of tackle something together to also increase our effectiveness as well. So that's where we're at.
Got it. All right. And one thing we did want to discuss was a contrarian question. Everyone agrees on the benefits of zero trust. What problems and or concerns does the architecture bring to the table? Do you see that coming down the pipeline, Jonathan? You brought this up. So
yeah, I sure did. So I'll start with one problem that I have is there's a ton of vendors, no offense out there. There's a ton of vendors who provide great products, but they are very much overlapping with each other. And I don't want to buy 10 solutions and I use one piece of each of those vendor solutions, right? But I also don't want one vendor. So what's the right mix there, right? It's hard for me as a decision maker to really look at the technical aspects of all these solutions and balance that with budget and fiscal responsibility and also partnerships, right? So that's a big issue in and of itself. The other issue is, as I mentioned earlier, if your identity plane goes down, your network goes down, essentially, right? You lose everything. So what I'm seeing, just from an observation standpoint, we're now putting identity in a very precarious position where I can't make any changes to that because I might break it and I might break the entire enterprise. And we're having a hard time putting identity in like a dev or stage environment to replicate what the production is. So if I make a change, I can see if production would break, right? That's a huge problem, a digital twin, if you will, of our zero trust network. So, I was in CG Cyber before I came into this position, and I was a witness to several outages as a result of loss of access in our DoD 365 environment. We were just growing into it. And it's kind of painful when 50,000 people instantly lose their email. Right? Because of a misconfiguration. So I take that with me, right? I carry that with me because we don't want to do that again, especially as we move all our mission apps into this space. And now we're not just talking about email, we're talking about safety of life at sea. We're talking about search and rescue case. We're talking about the ability to launch an aircraft, right? That's what keeps me up at night when I think about our movement here at Zero Trust. It's a great opportunity, but it also carries with it a lot of risk there that we haven't really quantified and understood.
Got it. Amy, I mean, you talked about the integration work you were kicking off earlier. It sounds like that could address some of that, but please go ahead.
So I think that that's important. There's been a lot of movie analogies from Never Ending Story to Everything Everywhere All at Once, et cetera. I feel like I should have some profound movie thing, but I don't have a TV. So if anybody has a better one, go ahead. But it really is the fact that it will continue. And like right now, Zero Trust is, I hate to say it, but the buzzword, right? But we can't look at it as like, we're going to get to X place on Zero Trust and it stops, because as really pointed out by the colonel right after lunch, is that our adversaries don't stop, whether it's the, name your country, name your individual characters. The hacks are going to continue. The ransomware attacks are going to continue. Nefarious actors are going to be out there. So we can't look at it as we're going to get to point X on our FSMA score and be like, okay, we're good. Like we achieved this, right? Because nobody cares about your FSMA score. What they care about is how can they actually find that one back door that you left open. And so we have to continue the vigilance. And then what we have to do is prepare the next generation to hand it off so the rest of us can eventually retire, because that's like sort of the circle of life. And so, Lion King reference there. I did work one in there. So, I mean, we can't just say like, okay, we're going to get to a point. And I think the problem with Zero Trust is people keep saying like, okay, we're going to get X place on maturity and now we're good. Well, now we are never good, because it's not like anyone's ever just going to come to utopia and say, we're going to stop attacking you.
Yeah. I mean, the end state is there is no end state. We're going to continue to try to improve. Zero Trust is a great way to think about things. We've always been concerned about the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our systems, our data, and ultimately, those are only important in terms of what humans are trying to do. So whether we're thinking about traditional IT, we're thinking about cyber physical systems, operational technologies, and cyber physical human systems, like the concepts and mind frame, the risk models that we have to develop, they have to expand to incorporate that, but they don't really change, because we're still trying to figure out the best way to protect our most important assets. But I think what's challenging from a technical standpoint is thinking that interoperability between these systems. How do we make sure that we can use the right products, the right mixture of products? How can we make sure we have some level of standardization so that we're not locked into one chain, and if something goes down, we know how to come up with a backup system as well.
Peter.
So, we talked about the bumps in the road on the journey. And the journey can be tough, though honestly, if it was easy, they wouldn't need all the big brains and pay all the money in this audience for it, right? I mean, that's why we make the big bucks, because we're so smart. But it is, what I'm saying is the trip is worth it. And you may never be at the end of the trip, but you're constantly improving your capabilities. And it should make life easier for you, your team, and for all of the constituents in your agency. In talking about making sure everything works together, I do have to stand up for the industry folks in the audience. I think we're doing a much better job of that. My company was always thought as, big Cisco who doesn't share anything. We're completely open now. We're open APIs. We have dev kits for everything. We'll walk into an environment. We'll work with whatever you have there, as long as we get a little part of it. So, I mean, and when we're seeing that from the industry, not just with us. So hopefully it's getting better. Because I will speak for most industry people in the room. We feel like we are along on the mission with you. And I know that every public sector organization of every organization I've been with, we feel like we have a higher calling because we're helping to make citizens' lives better, drive the commerce of our country, and drive the defense and learning. So, I mean, and I think that's pretty common in this room.
All right. Do we have time for questions from the audience? Back there?
Yeah. So
Hang-
We got a
hang
mic
on.
coming.
We actually, I want to mention, we have an online audience. I don't know if we're breaking the Super Bowl record, but we got quite a few of them online and they're hanging tough even right now.
So I want to push back on the Jonathan and a couple of the people talking about the move away from defense in depth, because my understanding was that was a concept, not necessarily an actual structure. Because it seems that when we move from the perimeter defense to zero trust, all we're doing is shifting the layers of that defense in depth. Instead of going firewall, IDS, proxy, endpoint, AV, we're actually doing identity, network, device, application, data. So, I mean, I wanted to know what you thought of that and why you put it in a different way. Like we're still stuck in this old way, when I think it's more of just a different view of the same concept.
That's fair. So when I was deploying systems on board ships, the middle part of the defense in depth is that soft nucleus that you're supposed to protect. And that doesn't exist in the zero trust world, right? So I think that concept is what we're trying to eliminate. Now, of course, there's going to be firewalls and other things, right? But is that your primary means of protecting your assets, your data? Absolutely not. And moving away from that soft nucleus viewpoint is what I think is challenging, at least from my perspective, right? Because there's a I'm not going to say there's reluctance, but there's not a sense of urgency for why we need to protect down to the individual cell level of a database, right? And why that's important, right? And it's just because we said the database is protected, right? Nobody can get in. I blocked off all ports except for 3306. Good to go. And that's not how that works, right? Your data is still getting exfiltrated, right? Accounts are still getting compromised, and I think that's the mindset. That's why I mentioned, right, that we have to shift our perspective entirely.
I think when we were in the days of defense in depth, we were talking about multiple layers of defense. And I think you're absolutely right that a lot of the same techniques are being used, but they're being used in different places. It's no longer how many walls and moats can you put around it, but can you put the appropriate walls around the assets? And can you cover, defense in depth is still needed because there are multiple ways to get through that wall. So you need to be looking for the different techniques. And that's, I think, where zero trust comes in. Just as kind of a side, when John Kindervag, who kind of was famous for popularizing the term zero trust, talked about defense in depth, he called it expense in depth.
I think an important thing too about the defense in depth models of the past is there was implicit trust for your insiders. And as we've moved to the zero trust model, that significantly changes. And if you look at a number of incidents that have happened, for instance, the Manning case, comes to mind, these things can be prevented if we do move to a zero trust model.
Yeah, I think it's deep. You're probably right. Defense in depth, we really just went deeper, right? We just, instead of just let them in the outer wall and said, all right, well, they got through that, they must be good. Yeah, we're just tailoring the way we defend the most important things to us. And then, but we still have layers of defense to make sure that we're defending that thing that's critical to us.
And Jonathan brought a good point up too, is we're also moving from that defense in depth model that sometimes you don't need that defense in depth, to just go ahead and trust the internet and then trust the application that you're, design the application in such a way that that user is the identity that you're trusting instead of spending those thousands of dollars to extend the network.
Exactly. Do we have any other questions from the audience, either here or online?
No pressure or anything. It's like going to close out the day. So. We good? No more questions? Okay.
All right. Well, thank you to the panelists for a great discussion.
Thank you.
Great way to close this out, Justin. We might have gone a little bit in overtime. We got to use those football analogies, don't we? I do want to acknowledge we have some special guests from Case Western Reserve University that looked us up online and said, hey, is it okay if I come to the summit? If they could stand up, the students and the professor. Thank you very much. And in about 6 or 7 years, they'll be taking all your jobs. So no, I'm just kidding. I want to put a couple things out. First of all, I want to thank, if we can advance the slide a little bit, get past that one. I really want to thank our partners. They have been instrumental in us doing Zero Trust. They've been instrumental in the summit. They're instrumental. We have an event next week. Please hit me up. We're doing it with the CISO Council on Zero Trust. We've got about 30 some partners involved with that are part of our group. And it really has been, I think Peter was talking about it. It really has been, we've been pulling the industry together. We've been collaborating. These solutions, I don't think you would have seen. Everybody used to say, hey, I could do everything. And we know I think what we got through our first 65 to 70 pilots, not everybody can do everything. It's going to take a village. So I really want to thank all our partners. Great stuff. I want to thank our online audience. I forget about them. Like I said, I don't think we broke the Super Bowl record this week, but we got a lot of hits, at least like upwards maybe of 100 people that logged in on any time. I think we have like 35 online even now after 8 hours of this, 6 hours of this. I would like to thank our Carasoft team that does the AV for us. They're a fantastic partner. A lot of you know them. We are a nonprofit, so them doing this, I don't want to tell you, it would scare you how much you have to pay for AV with the hotel. So we have them help us with that. That's fantastic. I would also like to thank my staff. Wyatt's here. Everybody else is in the back. Thank you for doing everything. They've got a really good competition going. I like it. Who has the best panel? When you're having those kinds of competitions internal to our organization, that's really good. So everybody's always bragging on their panels. And I don't know. I don't think I could pick a favorite today. So I think we have a couple of events coming up. If you could advance a slide. We have a data management breakfast. We have GuiTech coming up. So GuiTech is going to be real special this year. We have 2 tracks. One is AI and one is cyber. We decided we're just pure meat and potatoes this year. It's going to be AI and cyber. That's in May. That's an offsite. That's our annual conference. It's going to be in Annapolis. It's at this cheeky hotel called the Graduate. It should be really good. We got a lot of government people. They're reaching out to us to speak. So we're going to have a great attendance there. We've got a couple breakfasts coming up, the data management breakfast, and I know we have an AI event coming up. And I think that's it. So I would also like to thank the audience here. Very engaged. You guys hung out till the end, and I hope you learned a lot today. Thank you all.